morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the November 7th, 2019 State Board of Education meeting. I'm Eric Davis, Chair of the Board, and I call this meeting to order. I'd like to welcome all board members, advisors, staff, on-site visitors, online listeners, and Twitter followers. And in particular, I'd like to welcome two of our superintendents visiting us, one from the Western RESA, Dr. Chris Baldwin of Macon County. Chris, thank you. And from the Northwest RESA, Chad Beasley of Allegheny County. Chad, welcome. We're delighted to have you here, and we welcome your thoughts and input on any of our subjects, okay? Thank you. I remind the audience and those listening that this body meets monthly with its official meeting scheduled for the first Thursday of the month. Committee meetings are typically held on Wednesday prior to the official meeting day. However, this month, the board and DPI staff were engaged in our biannual planning and work session, where we discussed building on past successes, maximizing partnerships, and in particular support for our lowest performing schools. In addition, last year we adopted a proclamation for Veterans History Awareness Month, and today we recommit to the previously adopted proclamation. Veterans Day is a time where we pay tribute to the men and women who have sacrificed for all of us for our freedom. Often on Veterans Day, we remember veterans that we may know personally, but on Veterans History Awareness Month is a chance to remember the history of sacrifice and contribution from veterans throughout our nation's history. Not only should we remember the service of these brave men and women, but also their contributions to society upon their return from active duty. From school teachers to business owners, they continue to serve and make contributions around the state. We're forever indebted to these brave men and women for their courage and service to our country throughout our history, and I commend our teachers and school leaders to take time this month to collaborate with veterans and veteran service organizations and recognize the bravery and sacrifice of our veterans through activities, lesson plans, and special programs. I remind our on-site visitors and online listeners that you can follow the meeting online and see all of our materials by going to SBE meetings at www.ncpublicschools.org. Board members, you're reminded that it's our duty to avoid conflicts of interest and the appearance of conflicts of interest as we handle the work of this board. Does any member of the board know of any conflict of interest or any appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before us at this meeting? If so, please state them for the record. And if during the course of the meeting you become aware of an actual or apparent conflict of interest, please bring the matter to the attention of the chair. It will then be your duty to abstain from participating in discussion on the matter and from voting on the matter. Last month, the General Assembly confirmed the appointments of 3 members to the State Board of Education, Ms. Donna Tipton Rogers, Mr. Wendell Hall, and Mr. J.B. Buxton. And at this time, I'd like to call on Judge Laura Cubbage to conduct the swearing-in ceremony for each respective member. Dr. Cubbage.
Good morning. And it's a pleasure to be here with you. I was honored when I got the call asking to swear in the 3 confirmees. And at this time, I'd like to call up Mr. Wendell Hall. Dr. Donna A. Tipton Rogers. And Mr. John B. Buxton. And I think Ms. Petra said she had a Bible somewhere. Does somebody want to come up and hold the Bible for them? That would be fine. I'm going to go over each section. It's 3 sections. When I finish each section, I just need the 3 of you to say I do, okay? I do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States. I do solemnly swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the state of North Carolina and to the constitutional powers and authorities which are or may be established for the government thereof, and that I will endeavor to support, maintain, and defend the Constitution of said state, not inconsistent with the Constitution of the United States.
I do.
And I do solemnly swear that I will well and truly execute the duties of my office as a member of the North Carolina State Board of Education according to the best of my skill and ability, according to law, so help me God.
I do.
Thank you. I'm going to give each of you your envelope, and you can sign these and then give them back to Mr. Coltrane when you finish. Mr. Hall, Dr. Rogers, and Mr. Buxton. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Judge Cubbage, and if desired, I'd like to open the floor for any one of our new members would like to make any remarks.
I'm happy. Y'all have inundated me for 2 days with stuff, so I'm just gonna sit back there.
There you know, brevity is always good, so thank you for that. All right, well, we welcome each of our new board members, and while Mr. Buxton has been with us for some time, we're delighted also to have Dr. Tipton Rogers and Mr. Hall. You know, it's been some time since Mr. McDivitt and Ms. Willoughby left us, and we've had a bit of a hole, and we thank you so much for filling that hole, and we look forward to service with you. So at this time, I'll call on Vice Chair Duncan to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So, thank you, Mr. Duncan. So, board members, you've seen the agenda for over a week and had the opportunity to review it. I ask if there are any requests for changes to the agenda. And if not, I request a motion for approval of the agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Keenan. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Buxton. Dr. Townsend Smith, will you call the roll to capture the vote?
Yes.
Dr. Oxendine?
Yes.
Ms. Camden? Yes. Mr. Keenan? Mr. Hall?
Here.
Dr. Tipton Rogers? Here. Ms. White?
Yes.
Mr. Ford? Vice Chair Duncan?
Yes.
Chair Davis?
Yes.
It's unanimous.
Motion carries. We have an agenda. Thank you. I now turn to Mr. Matthew Bristow Smith on behalf of the Strategic Planning Committee for the introduction of our next speaker. And following the presentation, Mr. Ford and Ms. Kamens will close out our planning and work session prior to our proceeding to our monthly meeting. Mr. Bristow Smith.
Thank you, Chair Davis. My name is Matthew Bristow Smith. I'm an education advisor to the State Board of Education, along with my colleagues Tabari Wallace, Freebird McKinney, Mariah Morris, Patrick Miller from Greene County. So excited about the opportunity to be here, and this has been such an inspiring week, compelling week, I would say. Want to make sure that I say thank you to Deanna Townsend Smith for bringing us all together. It has been truly informative, inspirational, but I am feeling called today. And so with that, at dinner Tuesday evening, some of my state board colleagues and I were reminiscing about that teacher. And you probably know whom I'm speaking of, that teacher in your life. This was that teacher who saw you for exactly who you are and exactly who they see you can become. That teacher is someone with incredibly high expectations for you and also incredibly high expectations for themselves. This was that teacher who makes you feel like every moment you spend with him or her is the most important thing you could be doing with your life at that time. I think we've all had that teacher. Dr. Oxendine shared that that teacher for her was Ms. Hazel, her 5th grade teacher. For me, that teacher was Mr. Rob Slater, a resident here of Greensboro, where we are today. My high school English teacher, someone who taught me that having a moral purpose is important, and living a life of intentionality is important. And those are very strange concepts for a high school teenager back in the late 1980s. Mr. Rob Slater's exemplar is the reason that I went into teaching. And so he was that teacher for me. I'm sure that everyone in the room today has that teacher. Those of us listening online as well can call the name of that teacher that made a difference in their life. Today I want to introduce you to that principal. His name is Donnell Cannon. Mr. Cannon is that principal for the students at North Edgecombe High School. Mr. Cannon has been bold enough to draw a line in the sand at his school and declare that systems of inequity, systems that close doors, systems that marginalize young people, systems that perpetuate low expectations, and systems that are simply unfair will not be allowed to continue to exist at North Edgecombe High School. Not in his school, because he is that principal. Like everyone in this room, our allies in the governor's office, the state superintendent's office, and the General Assembly, Mr. Cannon also believes in creating opportunity, in expanding access, and in accepting the call to action, because every single life is precious, and it's on us to make sure that our work honors that. It's on us. And so the transformation that has occurred at North Edgecombe High School under Mr. Cannon's leadership is truly remarkable, but it also validates so much of what we've heard this week. Mr. Cannon is a graduate of the Northeast Leadership Academy from North Carolina State University, which grew his capacity to be a turnaround school specialist. He has fully optimized the flexibility and the autonomy that comes with being a restart school. And he has fully embraced the impact of advanced teaching roles in the teaching models at his school. When you walk into North Edgecombe High School now, you feel something palpable in the air that was not there even just a few years ago, and that's hope. That principle is creating opportunity. That principle is expanding access. And that principle is leading the call to action and compelling us to do the same. And so with that, I invite Donnell Cannon to join me up front.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
As Matt mentioned, my name is Donnell Cannon. I serve as one of many leaders at North Edgecombe High School. But before I begin, I do want to give a special thanks and demonstrate gratitude to two special people in the room. That is James and Matt, who both served as mentors in my life, but have been like dear friends and people who I can lean on when I need someone most. So I'm grateful. And to the rest of you guys, thank you for having me here today. So as Matt mentioned, I am a graduate of the Northeast Leadership Academy through NC State. I was a Teach for America Corps member, so I taught 7th grade at a small middle school in eastern North Carolina before transitioning through the Northeastern Leadership Academy. I completed my principal residency in Halifax County at Southeast Halifax High School. I stayed there for a short time before being named the principal at North Edgecombe at 26. Very scary moment, but I made it through. North Edgecombe High School is a small Title I rural school in Edgecombe County, North Carolina. I often say that we serve a school of just 1%ers. We serve a school of 1% of the wealthiest kids that you could ever meet in your life. Those kids are rich with hope. They're rich with values. They're rich with purpose. And they're rich with passion. And we see that in them every day. My school family will get me if I do not elevate our core values in this space. We want to ensure that they show up. Like, that's what gives me the inspiration to continue to do this work. Our vision for our school is that our students will be the architect of their own lives. That our students will go out into the world and they'll create the opportunities that they want in front of them. And that no barrier will prevent them from getting to it. So we want to make sure students leave us with the navigational capital and understanding of like how to get there and how to make those things true for themselves. So these are our design anchors. So you can think of our design anchors as like your grandma's like memorable recipe. We sprinkled them across all of our designs at North. You know, your grandma's like pie tastes the same every time. So that's our design anchors help us distill the things that matter the most in our school design. They ensure that the totality of our vision remains coherent in everything that we do at our school. And these sort of serve as our guardrails and ensure like further iterations remain like consistent. So we love first. We recognize the humanity that exists in every person in our building, every person that stands next to us. And we see them deeply for who they are. And we allow them to be just that on our school campus. We're rooted right here. We believe that we design with people and not for people. We're in the driver's seat, and we're on the hook for the transformation that will take place in our community alongside of our students. We believe that there is no normal. That because we've done school the same way that we've done school for so long, doesn't mean that that has to still be true. So we're willing to run right into the risk, and we're willing to do what's necessary to ensure that our kids have access to their bold aspirations. We build, we iterate, and we build. And if it does not work, we're willing to discard it, and we're willing to try again because our kids deserve it. And we believe that everyone owns everything. Like as a principal of the school, I'm not the central core designer of everything that happens in our school. Sometimes that means like as a principal, I step all the way back and my teachers step forward. Sometimes that means they step all the way back and our kids step forward. But everyone is responsible for creating something magical in our school. And we believe that like each one of the design anchors, alone they're really powerful, but together they're magical. Can anyone tell me what the 7.5 billion represents? Yes, it's the population. It's the number of people in the world. Can anyone tell me what the 1 represents? Just you. So before I continue with the presentation, I am going to invite you guys to join me in a really quick activity to help advance a point that I want to make as we continue through the presentation. So just for a second, I'm going to ask Matt. Sorry to put you on the spot, but I love you dearly. I'm going to ask Matt to come to the front and help me model this activity that I'm going to ask all of you to engage in with me. So this protocol is called, this activity is called Who Are You? So it helps help you name the salient parts of your identity that you don't often get to name, or you don't often have the time or space to think about. So I'm gonna ask you guys to stand up in a sec. You're gonna find a partner. One partner is gonna be A, one partner is gonna be B. B will ask, who are you, consecutively, and A will respond with the salient parts of your identity that matters the most. And then we'll switch. So we'll do that for 30 seconds each. Then I'm gonna ask you to go and find someone different. And I want you to try your hardest to try and name the salient parts of your identity that you didn't name before. Everyone has it? Cool. Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Who are you?
I'm a black male.
Who are you?
I'm a dreamer.
Who are you?
I am someone who believes in kids.
Who are you?
I was born to a 16-year-old mother.
Who are you?
I grew up in poverty.
Who are you?
I don't live in poverty anymore.
Who are you?
I'm someone who recognizes my privilege.
Who are you?
I am using that privilege to change the lives of kids.
Who are you?
I am someone who is creative.
Who are you?
I am a believer of a different world. So I'm gonna challenge you guys to do the same. Again, you're gonna find a partner. Someone's gonna ask, who are you, for 30 seconds consecutively. And then A will respond with those salient parts of your identity. And then I'll give you guys the charge to switch. Cool? All right, let's get on the seats. Matt. All right, you guys can go ahead and get started once you have found a partner. All right, now we're gonna switch. Hopefully you're sweating now.
Hi, darling.
All right, guys, I'm gonna ask you to find a new partner. And we're gonna engage in the same protocol. I'm gonna ask you to connect with someone new. And we're starting now. All right, you're gonna switch. All right, hopefully you had a great time. I'm gonna invite you guys back to your seats.
No, I brought my own. It's just juice. Yeah.
I just
Yeah.
feeling kind of cotton mouth, and I was like, that might help.
Yeah.
Not a
I
big
don't know
deal.
if they've opened.
they do
Oh,
have
they
one.
do. Okay. Yes, they've since put it out. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna.
All right, guys, I'm
do a little
just
bit
for a sec.
and then I'll get you and
I'm gonna ask us to
and then I'll call
just open up the floor,
Okay.
have a quick conversation just about like what did that feel like for you, if anyone wants to take the boat risk. Why did that feel emotional for you?
Kind of vulnerable. Somebody continuously asking you, "Who are you?" And I have to say, in all, the manner in which he asked the question continued to be honest and sincere, and then it felt more vulnerable and more vulnerable.
Thank you for taking the first boat risk. What about you?
Very similar. It was very emotional. It really gave you a chance to really find out who you really are. Sometimes you don't take time to ask yourself that question.
Yeah, indeed. What are some other things that like you guys like begin to recognize as you were engaging in the activity? Felt connected. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. For sure, for sure. Anyone else? Get to connect and build relationships with people. You see identity intersections? Yeah, yeah.
So the first few times it could be on the sort of surface level, but after about 4 or 5 times, that
Get deep and get. Yeah, and one thing that I hope became true for you, you recognize like yes, we have like an intersection in our identities, but also we're all vastly different people with vastly different ways of operating in the world, and vastly, in many ways, like ways of seeing the world, which are often shaped by our lived experiences. And just like you guys are one of however many people in this room, and you're one of 7.5 billion people, our kids are as well. So this is the estimated number of students who are in North Carolina public schools. For the 1.5 million students. And yet, no one is average, not your spouse, not your colleagues in this room, not me, and certainly not the kids that are sitting in classrooms across the state of North Carolina. They're all vastly different, unique perspectives, very different life contexts, very different lived experiences. And their individuality matters. And just like the kids in North Edgecombe are 1 in 1.5 million, they're also 1 in 220. That's the number of students in my school. And they deserve to have their identities, like who they are, like understood and deeply recognized. And as Matt mentioned, if that's not happening for kids in my school building, I'm extending any justice. Because each one of them have their own zone of genius. So, let me take a sec to introduce you to a few of my babies. So this here is Jaquez. Jaquez is a brilliant kid. Jaquez loves hanging with friends. He gets excited about math. He has a quick wit. He writes like critically and brilliantly. Jaquez doesn't quite see any relevance in school. Jaquez has a wealth of lived experiences, a wealth sort of life context that's already downloaded into his long-term memory. And we don't leverage that to drive our curriculum. So school has not worked for him. This is Giselle. It's crazy. I've been a principal at North for 4 years, so I've seen the kids like grow up, and it's an amazing experience to watch. Giselle is another remarkable student. Her gifts, talents look very different than Jaquez's. She loves art. She loves to sing. Those things are the things that induce the most like oxytocin in her body. She is really good at math, has really great grades. She also has a deep heritage. She also has a deep historical like past that she often loves to talk about. Her life context is different. But we don't use that to drive our curriculum. So just like this amazing kid here, school has not worked for her. This is Justin. I've gotten to know Justin pretty deeply this year. He stops by my office every day before he leaves for his bus. And he leaves me drawings. So Justin loves to draw. He loves anime. He absolutely loves to build Legos. Those things light him on fire. He also loves doing those things instead of science. And nothing's wrong with that. But just like my other two precious babies, school has not worked for him. Because we aren't using his passions and his gifts and his interests to drive our curriculum. There's no relevance there. Because schools are often designed for the 1.5 million and not for the three of them. We're different, vastly, in many different ways. Different life context, different lived experiences, different cultural backgrounds, different rich and deep salient parts of their identities, and we never leverage those in school. But they're not average. So we have to start building towards an average. And that's what we've often done in school. We've designed schools for the 1.5 and not for just the 1. So schools have not worked for kids. And we really believe at North Edgecombe, viscerally, that if school does not work for 1, our school is not working. And just for a sec, James, do you mind if I use your twins to drive an example? No, well, no, I'm good. So I mentioned James is a good friend of mine. James has a twin girl and a boy. So I imagine, and I'm going to land this point to kind of drive forward this idea of equality versus equity in schools. James for sure could give you guys a lecture on that. He's way more street cred than I do in regard to this topic. But I imagine as a father, when he's raising his kids, at one point, his daughter may need food. At that same point, his son may need water. Equality is we give both those kids food, though their needs are vastly different. And that's how we've designed schools today, around the 1.5, built for equality. I don't think anywhere in the definition of equality does it say justice, or does it say fair? So here's how it happens in schools often, in traditional models. They all get English at the same time. They all have science at the same time. They often get math at the same time. And then we force them to eat lunch at the same time, though they may not be hungry. Shout out to the No Kids Hungry Initiative. Second Chance Breakfast is absolutely amazing. This is a model built on standardization. It's a model built on industrial schooling, where we're one size fit all. We're pushing kids out of the factory model without praising and celebrating and affirming the richness that kids bring to our schools every day. This is an equal education. It's been a traditional model that we've committed to for so long. So we go back to James's twin. Twins as an example. Here's what equity would look like. James is raising his boy and girl. At one point, his boy needs food. His daughter needs water. He gets his boy food when he needs food. He gets his daughter water when she needs water. And guess what? If she needs more water, we get her more water. And that's equity. And schools should reflect the exact same thing. He needs science. He's passionate about science. Then how might we use math, centered on something he loves, to transfer new stimuli from his working memory to his long-term memory as fast as we can. If he already has like a deep life context, he's coming to our school. He's not empty, right? He's coming to our school with like vastly lived experiences. And those are the things that light him on fire. Then why aren't we using math to drive that? Or using that to drive math, rather. And when he needs more math, we get him more math when he needs it. And when she needs more English, we get her more English when she needs it. But that's a model built on equity. Every kid in our school buildings should get exactly what they need when they need it. We go the extra mile. They get it because they deserve it. And they get it because all of us who are in school buildings in front of kids every day, we owe that to them. Here's where designing for average, or designing for average, has gotten us. And our kids, they're not failures. They can do, they can be, and they're willing to try. And they don't deserve this. And because of that, our staff at North Edgecombe High School and at Phillips Middle School, my sister Jenny O'Meara serving, that's our case for change. We also believe that, again, our kids can be successful. We just hadn't created the conditions necessary to get them there. And I also believe our kids had the gift long before they came in our schools. Our job is to find it, nurture it, pull it out of them, and show them how to use that talent, that gift, to light up the world. As a principal of North Edgecombe, I owe them that. So farmers and gardeners know you cannot make a plant grow. The plant grows itself. What you can do is provide the conditions for growth. We're not in the business of changing kids, because nothing's wrong with them. We have to change the conditions in which they grow. They're not broken. And if people see them as broken, they reflect the systems that has been designed in front of them. But it's nothing to fix. And my grandma would often tell me, if it's not broke, don't fix it. But we needed to change the conditions. And Restart's flexibility allowed us to do just that. So we were able to leverage, like many of our flexibilities, to create a very different school for kids. One in which they can raise their hand to come to every day. One in which they know they're going to be loved and supported by a teacher they feel most connected to. One in which they know that people are running sprints for them every day to make sure that they have access to opportunity. Again, our kids are not average across every characteristic that matters to human beings. They're jagged. They have edges. And we have to design at the margin. Look how far off kids or people move from the average. Because nothing is there. It's an empty middle. And our schools must flex and shift with the growing needs and demands of kids. So here's how we've leveraged Restart to get there. So often in schools, we pick up from our past, we put it in our futures, because the inertia of the status quo can be incredibly heavy. And sometimes it's hard for us to see something different or even work towards it. So we pick up from the past and we put in our futures on this conveyor belt, though it may not work for kids. We do this predictable thing, this predictable input, and we get this predictable output. But we were able to leverage Restart to move from the probable, the predictable, to the possible. Leveraging this formula here. Again, we design with our kids and not for our kids. So we first got the Restart flexibility. We had to take a deep step back. Now we have this flexibility. What do we do? What's our next sprint forward? We wanted to start with our children and our community. What are their aspirations? What are their realities? How might we leverage that in our school design? So, alongside of our Director of Innovation, Aaron Swanson, our Superintendent, Dr. Bridges, my great friend, Jenny, who is also a graduate of the Northeast Leadership Academy, we wanted to get deeply interested in our children's lives. So we sat down and we scripted 100 empathy interviews with kids and families, sitting on couches, sitting at dinner tables, sitting in the cafeteria with children, wanting to know, like, what are your hopes, what are your dreams, and how can we make that true in our new design? We rode buses, our teachers jumped on buses. We want to know the small parts of our student day. Like, what are the things that they're really finding joy in? What are the hard moments of their lives? We were able to take, like, those interview questions or answers, able to build insights. So we're looking at the things that, like, were really non-obvious, but the things that had the most tension. An example we often use is, like, one that wouldn't be a great insight would be people want nutritional value in food. It's, like, non-obvious. But attention would be people want nutritional value, but they also want to be indulgent. I'm really sure that's how, like, the Impossible Burger was created. But, so we use those insights to create how might we questions. The two things that came up, like the song Beneath the Music, was that our parents wanted our kids to do the things they're really passionate about and also explore their rich identities and also learn how to be resilient in tough moments. So we scripted out how might we questions. How might we build a school that ... We're able to turn those how might we questions into a pilot model in which I'm going to show you guys in just a second. We also were looking at the demands of the future, like what is going to be required of our kids, and how might we ensure that they got enough at-bats before they leave our school that they can run right into those opportunities. And how are we ensuring that everything that we do at North Edgecombe High School was science-facing? Like, what does the science of learning and development say? And how might we leverage that in everything that we design at our school? Alongside of Restart, we're able to move closer to this possible future. So we partnered with a group of learning engineers and school designers called Transcend. And we were able to take those insights and those how might we questions and develop a small pilot program in which we're scaling this year. So we took 15 kids from Phillips Middle School, 15 kids from North Edgecombe High School, put them in one space, and gave them voice around how might we design a school that works for you, where they could do the things they were passionate about, they could learn to build resilience. And then when those things weren't working, we were able to discard, create new designs to make sure that we're getting closer to that, to the answer. How might we build a school that works for every kid and shifts and flexes around their jaggedness? So we started with a micro school. If someone could hit the link on that, it would be super helpful. I'm gonna play a few minutes of the video, and then I'll kind of talk through some of the components that we have been able to leverage. Yeah, it's like it's on the slide itself. And if not, it's YouTube. It's like we drive it and I keep going. I'd rather pull that up. So while they pull that up, I'll just kind of keep talking through like some of our components of like Restart that we've been able to leverage the most. One has been time. We've been able to use the flexibilities that we're granted around time to ensure kids get what they need when they need it. So for an example, 2 years ago, we decided to bring our students back to school a little bit earlier, 2 or 3 weeks earlier. We're taking those 2 or 3 weeks and sprinkle them right back across the school year. So our students have one Friday a month off, and our teachers. One, we were trying to curtail like learning loss, because some of the science says that students could lose up to a third of their learning just based on our calendar structures. Especially for kids who don't have experiences that replicate the school environment, that can be incredibly damaging. So we brought them back a few days earlier, but then we gave them like check-in days, like self-care days. One, we believe that cognitive overload is a real thing, and if the working memory is it's in overload and doesn't have the necessary bandwidth to create any more stimulus like input, there's no way we're going to transfer that from working memory to long-term. So we wanted to give them a step back. We also realized like a lot of this work is magnanimous and all giving. And our teachers are running sprints for kids, like marathons. And they never have the opportunity to check in with themselves. So they would have to take days off for very like human things. Like they wanted to eat lunch with their kid, and they deserve to have that. Our teachers also wanted, like they moved into a new house, they need to go to check in on their utilities. That's a real thing. Needed to go to DMV. We wanted to give them some time during the school year to do just that, but also to shed some of the stress that is brought on by like the school, but also the ones they're running into when they're addressing some of the stressors in students' lives. We also changed our school day. So we created a flexible lunch. It's called POWER, Plan, Organize, Work, Eat, Relax, where students could make data-driven decisions around their day so they could get what they need when they need it. One of the challenges of rural communities, many of you know, is that, one, our students are bused quite the distance, and we couldn't afford to run buses after school. And many of our parents are working or maybe not have the means to pick their student up from after-school tutorials. So we designed that right in the middle of the school day. So we don't assign like kids A lunch or B lunch. Our kids can kind of fill out like what they need in the middle of the day. So if they're assigned to a standards lab, which we call, where they need an additional at-bat or there's some unfinished learning that we need to cinch up, a teacher can reserve a student or a student can opt into it. And a student may say like, I need that during A, so I'm gonna eat during B. Identity markers matter to us. So I want my kids to explore like, what does it mean to be a student of color and love anime? What does it mean to be a student of color and love to play ping pong? So we wanted to give them additional at-bats during the day so they could build their depth and their mental models, which could dramatically change how they see the world. We also changed our curriculum, and you'll see this when we play the micro school video. We gave our students like passion projects in which we would wrap the standards, the curriculum standards around the things that kids are passionate about. And our students also wanted to solve some of the big problems in their community, so we're able to have them like create like these heat maps. So you can figure out where is the greatest need for the problem. Now, how might I use logarithms to drive that forward? Or one of my students of color wanted to create a natural hair chemical product. So let's look at the chemistry standards and how might we pull those in to help a student better understand how to reach like success in that course. We also have a Roses in Concrete identity curriculum, where our students get to pause and think about like what makes them who they are, how they've gotten there, how do I explore identities, how do I commit to identities, and then re-explore if I need to. Because one thing we know to be true at North Edgecombe High School is that either way, if we don't give kids the space to think about their identities, then those things are gonna hold up their working memory and overload it. So we want to build dedicated space so students can explore that. But also, like, when my students enter the world, I want them to know what does it mean to be a black male doctor, but be deeply affirmed in like who you are and your experience. So we wanted to give space for that. We also have an advisory for all. Because many of our children experience trauma at a profuse rate. And one thing that we know is that when kids hold on to a traumatic experience, they get the flush of cortisone, which prohibits them from actually accessing their prefrontal cortex. It's the very thing they need to actually feel success in school. So though we can't run in front of and block kids from every traumatic experience, one thing we know that science says that they need an angel in the nursery, like the one person they feel the most connected to in school. And when they see that person and feel into that person, they get a rush of oxytocin, which could flush that cortisone out of their bodies, which could help them access their prefrontal cortex. Looks like we got it up.
1900s. We just haven't changed it at all. What we really want is for our kids to be able to live out their passion and their purpose, and for our kids to be resilient in the face of challenges.
Our students deserve to have those special opportunities. They deserve to have things that other kids in, affluent areas have.
Each of our kids are special. Each of our kids have something to offer the world. And if we continue with a systems first way of doing school, so many of our kids are going to continue to fail.
How do we design school with the kids that are in our schools now and with the communities that we're really working with?
This year is our pilot program, so we're piloting a new school model. This model is not traditional, it's extremely radical.
We were starting to explore, what it might look like to engage in school transformation.
We looked at other school systems, we looked at other districts, we looked at other states. We wanted to look for innovative things that were helping high-need students be successful.
We went through this year-long human-centered design process.
We started with just listening to parents, listening to kids. What were their hopes and dreams? And then building right around that.
Not, the four of us sitting around the table just designing for the community, but really designing with the community after doing a lot of empathy work, having a lot of conversations, focus groups.
We're trying to do some research about why kids don't go to school.
Because school can be boring. It's a lot of work. People don't like to use their brain.
The kids wanted more of a voice in what they were learning. They said, that school doesn't always feel relevant to real life.
When they give you something you're not really interested in it, it's gonna make you not want to do it and want to really participate or put all your effort into it.
I'm a goofy student, so I would want to have a goofy teacher.
I also want the teacher to make learning more fun, because when it gets boring, I get distracted and don't focus at all.
They talked a lot about relationships, and wanting to have relationships with teachers, wanting to have relationships with administrators, wanting relationships with each other.
I want a teacher that I could tell personal stuff to, and we could just talk and get along, and they will understand.
Because I want to be like Mr. Cannon and Mr. Buller. I'm trying to be a young principal like my brother is right there.
That process essentially ended in a new school model.
We asked for volunteers, any kids who wanted. Didn't matter if you were part of the Exceptional Children's Program or if you had some discipline issues. If you were interested in being a part of the micro school, we wanted you to be a part of it.
Right now, you're at North Edgecombe High School. This is one of the buildings at North Edgecombe that has been converted into the School of Innovation for the year. This year, the School of Innovation is operating as a micro school pilot with 30 kids. We started the year with 18 8th graders and 12 9th graders. We decided we would bring 18 8th graders over from Phillips Middle School. They're just housed on the campus of North Edgecombe for this year.
Structurally, it's just completely different.
We have houses, American Ninja Warrior, like that show. There's 3 houses, Isabini, Sparrow, and Amistad. With different houses, we do challenges and stuff, and sometimes they give us points on like whoever wins the challenges and whatnot.
We try to have like a focus on ensuring that kids feel connected as a community, feel connected to an adult.
Every day at the micro school, we start our day in a particular way, and we're going to practice and start that on day 1. And so this is what we call meta moments. Everybody say meta moments. Meta moments. We're going to take some time to be reflective and get centered and connected to where we are.
The purpose of meta moments is just to help them pause and breathe and sometimes literally meditate, but certainly reflect on, where am I? What do I want today? What goals am I going to set? How am I going to achieve them?
That means a lot to a student. That means a lot to an adult.
If you only want me to read it and you're not interested in sharing it, put a star in the top corner.
In my personal life, when I get home, I struggle sometimes. So when we have meta moments in the morning, it helps me reflect on what happened, and it makes me feel better because I know that people care about me here.
You want me to come to class and you want me to be engaged and you want me to pay attention to what you're doing, but my mind is still on what happened last night or this morning. If I don't check in emotionally and socially to be okay, then my day is different.
We know that we have a number of kids who experience trauma at a very profuse rate. But we know that when kids experience joy or they experience empathy, they get the rush of oxytocin, right? It's that feel good. We have to ensure that kids have a number of experiences in schools where they can experience joy, where they can feel that, right? Because outside of it, kids don't have the opportunities to.
Let's go ahead and verbally acknowledge some of those people that we see doing amazing things this week.
I want to shout out Sabrina because she helped me overcome a fear of mine.
I like to affirm Joe for being basically like a big brother to me.
I want to shout out Yari for stepping out of her comfort zone.
We're just taking a different spin on what it means to be an adolescent, that we don't have to say mean things to each other. Saying something positive is a good thing.
Every Wednesday, our students engage in something called the Roses and Concrete curriculum, where we're doing some really deep identity work because we know that if you're going to be resilient, you need to have an understanding of your identity and other people's identities and how that works in the world.
We talk about our identity, so social economics, your race, your age, what you can do as who you are.
Kids are thinking about how oppression shows up, going deep and understanding what makes me a target group, but also what then also makes me a dominant group when I stand in that intersection.
This is who I am. This is who I'm becoming.
It's very accepting here.
It's a safe space where people can express themselves and be who they want to be.
We teach using the design thinking model.
What we are going to be using in the micro school is called the design thinking model. So it's like a steps in a process. You need to really understand who you're designing for and why you're designing.
Students engage in what we call passion projects, so we're trying to expose them as much as we can to as many different passions as possible.
We do lots of projects.
One of my favorite projects that we have done so far was about violence. We all chose a different level of violence, and my group chose rape.
We did research about it and how to decrease it.
Getting the opportunity to do projects that basically I like to do. The project that I'm working on now is to actually I'm creating a child's book about homelessness.
In this generation, not everybody's accepting. We wanted to create an account saying you're in the right place, you are accepted and you are loved. So it's pretty much we're just trying to help people with their identity.
Initially, our vision was there will be no math, science, ELA, social studies class. It's just through projects you will learn everything together. And that's still our vision. But if I'm being honest, we're not there yet. What we learned the first semester was our kids were not getting what they needed for math.
Math is the only content area that this is math class and we do math here. Everything else is incorporated in some type of project. One of our scholars, he's still just he just doesn't like school. He just says he doesn't like school. He says it over and over and over again. And so just this week, I kind of challenged him to take a different direction. They're building tiny houses and they're researching everything and anything that is involved with building a community and a house and sustainability, and he's just not really into it. But I know that he really loves security systems. I was like, well, we're building this community. Like, how do we create a security system? How do we keep it safe? And this kid worked 2 hours straight, like researching all these things. He's like drawing it out.
That's perfect. So as they mentioned, we leveraged the human-centered design process to create the micro school, but we also leverage the human-centered design process to help our kids engage in the things that they may be passionate about, which takes some critical work in like our curriculum planning, because we have to grab that information for kids, right? We do a poll, like what are the things that you're really passionate about right now, and then we have to take that information and lay out the curriculum to figure out like what suites of information and standards would fit where, and what is our best like instructional pivot to help kids get there, which takes a ton of like instructional muscle on our teachers to be able to do, but we also believe that in terms of time, if we're not laying out the space for them to do it, then there's no way it's going to happen. So Restart, we've been able to think differently about how we're using like our planning. We have a traditional planning days that are made available through the district, but we also take some of our Restart money, because we could move across like budget lines. We took some of our Restart money to give our teachers a healthy amount of like planning days, so they can actually engage in the work that we need them to do. So that has been incredibly helpful. And then talent has been like one of our, like I think the top driver for any of this. We've been able to think differently about like certifications, think differently about like who are the people we're bringing on our buildings, and we're not hampered by this idea that our teachers may not have the certifications. When I go into an interview, I'm looking for who are the people who best represent like what we're after, who have a similar orientation, who share the same heart for kids, and who are going to be the megaphone for all of our babies. Like those are the people we're looking for. But through also Restart, we've been able to invite opportunity culture, which has been the #1 game changer for our school, the single most game changer, because every teacher across our campus receives coaching. Because we have a person who's highly skilled, who's also a graduate of Northeast Leadership Academy, who's highly skilled at having these really high level and narrow coaching conversations with teachers. But we're also able to build our own coaching bench depth, where now that I have 3 teachers coaching and supporting teacher teams and helping them get better really fast and building instructional muscle and like pedagogical moves in the classroom, now as a principal, I'm not spread as thin. So I can also get teachers the support they need when they need it. So we have a school design team, which in most schools are kind of like ILTs or administrative teams, where we set up, we have like coaching conversations, we have a coaching tracker. I can see like how teachers are performing, what bite-sized feedback teachers have been given for the week. And then we also like, we have a culture of videoing. So I can look at the video of like my teacher or my MCL having a conversation with teachers, and I can give her bite-sized feedback so that all of us are getting better really fast. But then I also have a coaching team of 3 teachers in which I can support narrowly, and I'm not spreading myself thin by trying to support everyone across our campus. But then we also can shift some of our job titles to get the things done that we need to get done and ensure that things that matter to us, like we're actually chasing after. So for an example, most schools have traditional counseling positions. We want to think differently about what the school counselor position looks like on our campus to better fit the needs of our kids. So we decided to take the student scheduling process and sprinkle that across a committee. So one, our teachers feel far more empowered. They can give voice to the scheduling process, but then we'll remove that off of the traditional counselor's plate so she can actually chase after the things we need her to go after. We took the college advising and punted it over to the college advisor so that she could, when kids experience trauma, they have someone who could run right into it with them and get them what they need when they need it. But also, like, we have a moment of joy plan, which she monitors to make sure everyone feels good on our campus. So we map out, like, in October, November, December, here are the things we're going to do for kids, here are the things we're going to do for teachers to make sure that, like, everyone's healthy and feels good, and people want to come back to this place the next day. And we've retitled that School Culture and Climate Specialist. But we've been able to kind of dance on some of the titles and roles because we have that level of flexibility. I kind of talked about curriculum already. And our school culture has been the one that's like been most transformed. Because now we have a culture of coaching, so teachers feel very supported. So our teacher retention has went up in an incredible way. People feel good because we have this culture this moment of joy plan that our school culture and climate specialists can go after. And it's a place where people just love coming to. We have something called a town hall experience, which I stole the language from Matt because we shared newsletters. But our town hall experience moves us away from like what most of us imagine town halls are. We set aside space that our students could be called into our design anchors. So not just values that sit on the wall, but how are we interacting with the values? So for an example, we had a Love First Town Hall 2 weeks ago. We set them right before the rest day. So our students, all 220, left campus to go engage in volunteer work with some of our community partners so they could learn how to better empathize. And for most people, they say, like, that's lost instructional time. But for us, we know, like, the biochemical impact of, like, empathy. And if kids are getting a release of dopamine, then I can better get them to learn math. Students had a chance to, alongside of their advisories, feel connected to their community, run to cornucopias that were around the building, build products that best represented our design anchors. So the kids know, like, here's how we're gonna interact. I tell kids often, when I go in the community, I want them to say to a student, oh, you must be a North Edgecombe High School kid, because you embody their design anchors. But again, guys, we have to get back to designing for just the one kid and not the 1.5. It's gonna be heavy and it's tough, but our kids deserve it. Here's what designing around every genius has gotten us. We're not there yet. And kids deserve more than this, but we're getting closer. And the math right here is where we probably took the biggest risk. And I'm showing this because our kids get to feel into this. They get to know what it feels like to be successful. And each year, we have a massive celebration. We want them to know that you matter and you're the person who did this. You shared your gift. Again, we went from a school that did not exceed consecutively to a school that has done it 3 years in a row. And what do we need from you guys? We need the runway and the guardrails to innovate in a really big way. We're running towards this risk to figure out how do we do school differently for kids, and we're held to the exact same standard as every other school. Sorry, math scores. But we need some guardrails to do this thing. And we want to take the long view. While we figure it out for children, we also know that, like, we don't want to be pressed with the label of a low-performing school while we're trying to create the space to help get to every genius. So we need permission to have the long view. But then we also have to figure out how do we open up Restart for more schools. Like, a school shouldn't have to run themselves into low-performing status. Shouldn't be perennially low-performing to have access to these levels of flexibility. Lauren Lampron in my district is a phenomenal leader. And Lauren needs those levels of flexibility. She could bring to you guys an amazing vision for kids. She could show you how she's gonna get there. And I believe it because she's fierce. But she should have the same access so that she can get there for kids, so she can get them what they need when they need it and because they deserve it. And again, no one wants to drive their school into low-performing status to get there. But as a principal, I also have concerns that, like, Restart is what got us some of our scores. We were a few points away from being a B school, from an F school. What does that mean for us? We exceeded 3 years in a row. We're no longer low-performing. Does that mean that we're going to be stripped of, like, the Restart, which is the very thing that helped us create the conditions to get us where we are now? So that's my big ask for you guys, is, like, create the runway so that we all can get there together. because they deserve it. And they deserve it. Thank y'all.
This thing is hot. This microphone is a little warm. Might need some pot holders if anybody has. What a wonderful demonstration of the sort of, the genius that is already in our children once it matures, once it reaches full maturation, and we're able to seize upon that by employing that into our system. And I thank you for, Donnell, for leaning in on your identity and allowing us to get to know you, because it helps us to get a vision of who our children could be, right? They are future educational leaders. They are future physicians. They are future contractors and architects. And so you visually represent that. But beyond that, I think we have been treated to really a privilege, and that is to see intimately when we give schools the flexibility in the decisions that we make, what that does for those in charge of providing learning, but also what that does for young people. And, you know, the willingness to go in and talk to folks and shape the educational experience for, according to the needs of young people, right? This notion, you've all heard like the pilot, analogy and average, right, how averages work, but then saying, okay, how do we, explode the boundaries of that and really find a way to customize the experience for our students. So it has been an extreme privilege for you to come to us and talk to us. Appreciate you getting us up as well and allowing us to move around and get to know each other a bit more as well. I'm not certain if the agenda permits us to ask any questions, Mr. Chair, but at this point in time, I really do want us to take advantage of Donnell's presence and his gift. So, board members.
In life, people have an impact on you that maybe it's not felt then, but later. When I saw this young man this morning, I said to myself, and he said to me, where have we met before? And I kept looking, and I don't know, but I've been around for a while. I'm about the oldest rat in the barn. But when he started talking about his ideas and his school and what he wanted to do, and I'm going to get to my point in a minute, but I love to talk. This young man came to me as an intern when I was superintendent at Weldon. The same passion that he presented today, he had then. And I kept saying to myself, this guy got something going on. Even though you came out of Virginia, if you remember. You came out of Virginia. And I said, well, Norfolk State, and I wasn't sure about that part of it. But he did some things in his school that he talked about when he was not a principal. He was a middle school teacher at Weldon Middle School. And the NELA program, we called it at that time. I'm so proud to see how far. You never know what impact a child is going to have down the road. Now, to me, he's a child. To me, but I'm so proud of him, to see him now and what he has done and is doing that we can do if we have the courage and the initiative and willing to take that step. And that's all I'm going to say. I'm proud of you, young man. Remember your name. I'm proud of you, Miss Scott. Try my best to keep it.
Privilege to visit the school and the micro school and the middle school as well. And I think it comes off better in person than on the video, personally. That may be hard for you to believe, but when you talk to the kids, you feel the power of the design you've created. But I want to ask you a little technical question here, because you talked a lot of improvement science language in your presentation, root cause analysis and empathy interviews. So I want to talk about short cycle measures. How do you know that what you put in is moving in the direction that you think it's going to take these kids? So what are you seeing, and what would you tell us we ought to help other schools be looking at to know that this design, in fact, is getting you where you want to go? Because it's not going to be there in a year. We're going to look 5, 6 years to see data. What are you guys looking at in the short term to know?
Yeah, so one, shout out to Ed and T. They've been supporting us quite a bit. So one, helping us tell our story, but also we've partnered with Ed and T on this this health check grant. So they've essentially, some of our friends from IBM, North Carolina, have come in to help us create a dashboard to help us measure those things. But we're looking at things like hope level, right? We're trying to figure out ways in which we frame hope, right? Or measure hope, right? And the closest we've gotten so far is there a goal? Is there a pathway? But then the kids have believe this self-efficacy to get them there. So those are things we're trying to measure. How often are kids setting goals? How often are kids pushing forward those goals? We've also, in our district, we've run a panorama survey. So we're looking at we're doing social emotional check-ins with kids twice a year. That has been incredibly helpful. So we're more so focusing on, are kids safe and are they loved? The reason that we're checking in there is because we want to know what's going on in the STEM part of their brains and in their limbics, right? And is that helping us getting closer to them accessing prefrontal cortex? So we have been running some panorama surveys. We had a first dose of data in the spring. This year we're creating a baseline for the year. We're running actual hours in 2 weeks, and then we're going to launch it again in March. But then we're making strategic bets around those two things. Right now, let's look at our data. Is things working? We're also checking in with kids. We're running surveys quite often. We'll be 4 survey questions, right? Do you feel connected to your classmates? Do you feel connected to your teacher? So those are small ways that we're measuring, and then we have some academic ways in which we're trying to figure out where kids are. And then every time we get those data, we go back into these cycles. We're looking back at our strategic bets. Our bet was that we're going to land here. Have we landed on those bets? I don't know if that gets closer to your question, but.
I think that's critical, and just the kind of measures you're using are really instructive.
Thank you, Mr. Cannon. You're quite an inspiration. Yesterday we had a panel and we talked a lot about leadership and leadership pathways for turnaround. So my question to you is, how did you get here? What prepared you? Was it as non-traditional as what you're creating for kids? And advice for us if we're looking for that formula.
Yeah, that's an easy one. So actually, Dr. Bonnie Fazzarelli is just sitting right behind you. I call her Mama Wolf. She's been right there with us. She prepared us. I was a 26-year-old principal. I felt more prepared than I'd ever been. One, because I know I had the proximity in which she joins the principals is remarkable. I can call her. It's hey, I need XYZ. Can you get that over to me? We've also had a year-long administrative residency, which was incredibly helpful, where we could build our talent and our muscle. We had a very practical experience in NELA. So it wasn't theoretical where we're just writing papers and talking about these things, but we're actually doing the thing. So as you mentioned, coming out of NELA, I already had a catalog of strategies and tools that I wanted to launch across the building. And we learn from practitioners. So Dr. Ellaby served as one of our, sitting beside you, he served as one of our adjunct professors. We could learn directly from someone who's leading the work, per se, in DPI, right? What are some policies that are shaping the future of our work? How do we prepare for it right now? But I had a chance to kind of build the muscle before jumping out there. So again, as a 26-year-old principal, I felt really prepared. But I also know that like we're building momentum across like Eastern North Carolina because there are folk like Matt who's leading a high-performing school. And if I need to check in with Matt, he's accessible. And if I don't have a close relationship with someone who's in NELA, I can text Dr. Fazzarelli, who would get me over to that information I need. So Dr. Fazzarelli has some groundbreaking research on just like the impact of our work in NELA. But I think that I felt really prepared. But I was also a TFA core member, so I didn't have like a defined way of like teaching the classroom. So I had an opportunity to kind of dream about like what I wanted to be true for kids, but I wasn't committed to like some way of like leading the classroom, right? Because I didn't have like the schematas or any of that. So I could start from a fresh canvas. But a lot of that came from like bold policies and bold practices that Dr. Fazzarelli has been chasing. Yeah.
So I would like to know, did you by any chance listen in on the panel discussion that we had yesterday? No, that's good. I just want to offer confirmation to everything that we've talked about for the past 2 days, beginning with Ann Maddock and her description of school culture and school climate that must be in place for turnaround. I'll summarize that for you in just a second. Then I want to give absolute confirmation I sort of want to say, are you real? Because we had 5 other educators join us yesterday, and these are the descriptions of things that they said must be in place at a turnaround school. And they mentioned things like, and I said this yesterday, they had said heart. And they said use of instructional data. And they said that it had to have someone that had no limits on what kids can do. And they believe that all students have the capacity to be anything that they want to do. They said there was a model of excellence, somebody who could analyze data, who afforded proper coaching and feedback to the other leaders in their school, and that the most important thing was flexibility. Flexibility, flexibility, flexibility. So in summary, you have just shown us in real life what it takes to be a turnaround leader. And so my assumption moving forward is that turnaround does not come in a box. It is not a program. It is not a program. It's a leader. And it's the capacity to individualize. We've talked a lot about, for months, about individualizing instruction for kids. It's about individualizing strong practices in the schools, meeting the culture where they are and making a difference. So if you come away from nothing over the past 2 days, it's about flexibility and offering leaders who see and know what's going on in their communities the opportunity to make that change instructionally in their buildings. And that is what turnaround is about.
Ms. White, I need to hand you this mic back so you can drop it. Almost everything I was going to say, Ms. White just said. However, I do want to add one data point that I think is a really salient measure that I really feel a need to be on the record to say, and that is that Donnell's school, North Edgecombe High School, would be an A school if our school performance grades weighted growth as 100%. Or if we teased out separate scores so that we identified achievement scores and growth scores, at least we could validate the incredible work that's taken place by not stigmatizing them. When Donnell says that they are a C school, but we're not designing for average, that hurts my heart because we associate C with average, and there's nothing average about North Edgecombe High School. So you are an A principal, you are an A school. Our school performance grade model doesn't reflect that, and it should. And I wanted to make sure that we, on the record, noted that you guys exceeded growth 3 years in a row. That just needs to be said.
Just to add to what Matt just said, everyone in this room understands that. We just have to be more and more aggressive about selling that idea to the people who can change the law to make that work. because we all know that needs to happen with the flexibility.
So I was going to try to wrap it up, but similar to Matt, I feel like Ms. White did an expert job at that, of really drawing the common thread between everything that has been heard over the past couple of days. The only thing I would add is a very specific anecdote, and that is that as part of that panel yesterday, you heard Dr. Paula Wilkins say, it is necessary to lift up exemplars, right? We spend a lot of our time talking about what we're getting wrong, and that is necessary, right? But it is equally, if not more necessary, to shine a light on those pockets of excellence, those moments in those spaces where folks are getting it right in a major way, and letting that inspire us and find ways to bring that to scale. That, what was presented today and all the commentary, is the heart of why we've had this planning and work session. It is the very heart, the equity, and the whole child approaches are the very core of our 2020-2025 strategic plan, and it aligns completely with everything that we have endeavored to do. So I would ask that we hang this memory of this moment in our mind, right, and that we refer back to this mental photograph, this mental picture, as we continue to work diligently throughout the rest of this year to make this vision come to fruition for the rest of our students, those 1.5 million students, because they're all 1 and 1.5 at the end of the day. So thank you so very much. And Mr. Chair, I'll defer back to you.
Well, Mr. Ford and Ms. Kamitz, we so appreciate your leadership of our strategic planning effort. You just, in your own way, Mr. Ford, gave a beautiful summary of what this whole 3 days have been about. And yeah, Ms. White, you nailed it. That was spot on. But Mr. Cannon, I have to share with you, there was a recent article in the New York Times called Self-Defeated. And I warn you, if you choose to read it, it is very sad and sobering. But it is so much the reality that so many of our students and parents face today, particularly in rural North Carolina. And what they need more than anything is hope. And that is what you, Mr. Cannon, you are giving those students at North Edgecombe County High School. And not only the students, but their parents, their grandparents, their cousins, their neighbors. It's a ministry. And we thank you for being the kind of leader that we so need, that our students so deserve. So thank you. You bet. It's going to be hard to top that, but we will move to the next item on our agenda, which is our special recognitions, a time when we recognize significant awards, resolutions, and achievements of those who make a difference in the lives of our students every day. School Psychology Awareness Week is November 11th through the 15th, and this particular week is held annually during the month of November to highlight the critical work school psychologists do to support student learning and development through their practice within public schools. School psychologists serve as specialized instructional support professionals that play an integral role on the school teams to support students' ability to learn and teachers' ability to teach. And at this time, I'd like to call on Ms. Lynn Makor to come and provide us a brief update on School Psychology Awareness Week.
Thank you, Chairman Davis, and I was thinking the exact same thing about topping that last presentation. I'm not even going to try, so just get that bar down here. But I am actually here to speak on behalf of the field that I represent. And so I want to just share a little bit about the SPA week, as we call it, School Psychologist Awareness Week, that happens every year. Thank you for creating some space today to allow for that. Chairman, vice chairman, members of the board, and other public audience members that are here today. My name is Lynn Makor, and I am serving currently as the consultant for school psychology. I'm within the Exceptional Children's Division, and I am a licensed school psychologist practitioner for many, many years as well. The week that's upon us next week is a week that's designated really for school psychologists to grasp on an anchoring theme and basically think about kind of what they're doing in their individual practices and as a collective unit to really not so much shine a light on themselves, but really try to demonstrate what we can do to support the greater good of the students that we serve across our state. So I'm going to share a video clip in a minute, in a couple minutes, that really just shows you some of the faces that you don't get to see on a regular basis of school psychologists across the state and what their kind of areas of focus are, in addition to some of the things that you might know of school psychology on a regular basis. So every year we take this week, there is a theme that's created annually, and this year's theme is Find Your Focus. So we'll be kind of using that theme across our state to kind of anchor ourselves in some area of focus, which flexibility was brought up just a minute ago. In terms of focus, focus is really action-oriented type of term, and it really does allow for flexibility in kind of getting outside of the normal way that we status quo kind of way of doing things and figuring out what it is that's actually going to be effective for the students that we serve. So we can think about this in terms of how we hone our attention on something, how we further develop our skills in an area, and how we basically get into some sort of focused action effort that is going to produce information to those that support our students that will hopefully get to the greater good of what it is that we're here to support. As, you know, licensed educators, you know, the State Board of Education is our licensing authority in the state, and school psychologists are considered professional educators, part of the school buildings, part of the school staff, there to support the students' needs. So I couldn't think of a better theme this year based on my experiences and my interactions with the school psychologists that we have across our state and what I know that they're doing on a daily basis to really be able to try to meet the needs of the districts that they're working in. And one thing that we do pay attention to on a regular basis, and I'm just going to share it right here, some of our data that helps us determine what we need to focus on. And some of these data, I did get actually a little bit updated information after I submitted the presentation. But as of some things that we pay attention to around our data are our active licenses in our system here in the state of North Carolina. Our license, the number of licenses that we have active are quite a bit. We have over 1,200 licenses active, yet we only have, as of last year's data, 782 of those active licenses actually working in the public school system. So we kind of grapple with that data and we try to figure out you know, what are the reasons for so many active licenses that are not necessarily working within the public schools? And then some of the, and trying to support recruitment and retention of talented providers that are ready to go. I mean, we understand some of these are retirees that keep their license active, but that are ready to go and get back into the schools for whatever reason that they left or are no longer there. And then the other data point that we pay attention to is kind of how we can better recruit and retain our talented providers. And we look at the salary here in the state of North Carolina and kind of what some of those median types of salaries or neighboring states offer and what can we do to problem solve around that issue. So these are the things that I really pay attention to and hear about on a regular basis from our practitioners across the state. And I do want to say, I mentioned that I did get some updated data it came in after I submitted the presentation, but this is a great piece of news to share with you all that our LEA, our public school unit employed, it seems to have surpassed over 800 this year, and it looks like it's hanging around 850. That is great news and very exciting and shows that we are moving in the right direction and have a long way to go. But if that is, I haven't disaggregated and looked at like FTE based on or compared to count, but I really think that's very, very positive and encouraging news for us to think about compared to that number that we had last year. So I'm going to just, this is a picture, a rare moment when we had a lot of school psychologists come to Raleigh last year, because we did in fact have a North Carolina school psychologist who, as you recall, when I presented last year, this past year in May, who was recognized as the National School Psychologist of the Year. And we also had the Lifetime Achievement Award at the national level go to a North Carolina practitioner. So this is a rare moment when a lot of people take a little bit of time and came to Raleigh, and we took a photo outside the education building. I'm going to, hopefully the video is going to work. I want to just take most of the rest of this time to show you what school psychologists, the faces of our school psychologists across the state, from the east to the west and everything in between, from very small districts to very large districts, kind of what they have submitted to kind of some of their areas of focus outside of the realm of what you might consider to be typical of a school psychologist, whether it's student safety and crisis response, training teachers on how to support student behavior in the general ed curriculum, better honing on effective practices to identify and instruct students with learning disabilities, which is our highest prevalence disability in this state and nationally. The types of things that they're doing around trying to figure out how to solve the problems in our rural communities in terms of staffing. So hopefully this will work. If the link should be embedded right in there. And you can see some of our practitioners for the rest of this time today. Just take a moment to read some of the things that they've written. Just the play button there should work. Mm-hmm. Thank you. was one more part of that that I would have loved. Oh, you can keep showing it, because one thing that we also focus on, and there's a couple folks in the room that received a Friends of School Psychologist Award at our recent a state association conference, so you can see some familiar faces there. And one of the things that I did want to mention that our field wanted me to make sure that I communicated today was their deep appreciation for one really good step in the right direction that this Board of Education did last year about this time, actually. I think it was around November when it finally went through, was the National Certified School Psychology credential was recognized as a pathway to a continuing professional educator's license in this state, which has really streamlined for a lot of folks out of state that we need to draw in, and that was all the work of the Board of Education and the PEPS Commission in doing that. So you saw some folks representing those and we truly appreciate, and school psychologists are truly appreciative of that. And so just sharing some of the things that you might not kind of think about commonly associated with school psychology that our practitioners are doing on a daily basis in their schools is one of the things that I wanted to just make sure that I communicated today in my message. And the things that we're working on now, just so that everyone is aware of, is just some of the underscoring factors of, although we say this all the time, there's still a lot of misunderstanding and confusion that our licensing authority is somewhere else, and it's just not. Our licensing authority is the Board of Education. We're licensed professional educators, licensed to practice school psychology. So trying to really advocate across at the state and local level for any kind of recruitment of talented providers for educators should always include school psychology. And I think that just keeping that inclusive mindset would be helpful in us bringing more talented providers into the state, because we have 5 great, stellar training programs in this state. But those training programs alone are just not sufficient to close our gap. So we know that we need to seek outside of our state and draw providers in. And what we're focusing on are those 4 states right there, because they have a surplus of training programs. They are training more school psychologists than they have jobs for in those states. And we have energy and focus going around, particularly New York and Pennsylvania, a little bit of Texas, and then trying to reach out to California as well. But we know that they've got a lot of training programs. So these are the areas where we can fill these gaps and look outside of our training programs within this state, keep them going, but also look beyond that. So just some of our focused areas for the next year and beyond to continue to move those numbers in the right direction are just things that I wanted to share with you. And then there's lots of links in the presentation to our national association's information and resources around addressing the critical shortages that we've got in the state. And one thing I'll just leave with is the school psychologists, again, are typically don't kind of want any type of recognition in this week. What they want is for folks to know, that building level staff to know, and others to know that they are actually a part of the school community, that they are there to be able to support the needs of all students if they need them. Our role is to for all students to have equitable access to our services. They might not all need our services, and they typically don't all need our services, but equitable access to our services is the thing I think that school psychologists want to be able to provide to every student who needs it in the state of North Carolina. And so using the hashtag would be a great way for colleagues, state and local leaders, and family members just to be able to kind of pay attention and understand, kind of like school psychology is here, and we're here to support the needs of our students, as well as the logo that's been established this week. And I really do, again, thank you and appreciate the time and space to provide this kind of attention to the week coming up, and just having a time to share the things that school psychologists will be really focusing in on this week and throughout the course of the year.
Well, Ms. Maycorp, thank you for that presentation, and even more thank you to every school psychologist who are important members of our team in every school. I can testify as both a board member and a parent to the benefits of school psychologists in our schools. They are as essential as any other member of our team, and we're committed to expanding the number of school psychologists in our schools because our students so desperately need them. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
You bet.
Have a great day, everyone.
You too. Another item is International Education Week, which is an opportunity to celebrate the benefits of international education, and the board maintains its continued focus on this, which was first adopted in a 2008 resolution promoting the importance of global education. And at this time, I'll call on Mr. J.B. Buxton to read the current proclamation and then acknowledge Dr. Deborah Hall to provide brief remarks and a presentation of the Global Ready School. Mr. Buxton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as Chair of the Student Learning Achievement Committee, along with Vice Chair Oxendine, it's my pleasure to read this proclamation and put on my reading glasses and remember how old I'm getting. All right. This is the proclamation in support of International Education Week from the North Carolina State Board of Education. Whereas the North Carolina State Board of Education has a vision that every public school student will be empowered to accept academic challenges, prepared to pursue their chosen path after graduating high school, and encouraged to become lifelong learners with the capacity to engage in a globally collaborative society. And whereas the North Carolina State Board of Education first adopted a resolution promoting the importance of global education on April 3rd, 2008. And whereas global education remains a priority focus in the North Carolina State Board of Education's strategic plan. And whereas the North Carolina State Board of Education engages in partnerships to ensure students and educators have opportunities to interact with international communication and technology. And whereas global education experiences allow students and educators to prepare for collaboration in a constantly changing international environment. And whereas the North Carolina State Board of Education recognizes the importance of developing the whole child with standards that promote strong student character, personal responsibility, and community world involvement. And whereas global education in North Carolina helps educators receive the preparation and professional development in the interconnectedness of the world. And I would add one more, if I could go off script, and whereas the North Carolina State Board of Education in 2013 adopted the recommendations of a task force to make 5 global commitments, which was later adopted by P21, the national organization, as its template for global commitments that all states should adopt. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the North Carolina State Board of Education does hereby proclaim November 4th through 8th, 2019 is International Education Week in North Carolina, and that board members direct the Secretary to the State Board of Education to enter a copy of this proclamation into the official minutes of the North Carolina State Board of Education, signed this day, November 7th, 2019, Eric C. Davis, Chairman, Mark R. Johnson, Superintendent.
I appreciated that addendum. That was very, we'll have to get that quote on there to add to the, to the proclamation. I just want to introduce our next item and share with you how this fits with your vision, that every student, as part of your vision, is encouraged to become lifelong learners in a globally collaborative society. And as Mr. Buxton mentioned, we do have a commitment to supporting global education in North Carolina public schools. We have a fabulous Global Education Steering Committee, and I'd like to introduce Dr. Deborah Hall. She is our K-5 science consultant in standards, curriculum, and instruction. She is an integral member of our Global Ed Steering Committee, and she has worked very closely with the recognition program, which is part of one of the commitments. So Dr. Hall, please come forward to introduce our school.
Thank you. Thank you, Christy. Good morning, Chairman Davis, Superintendent Johnson, members of the State Board, advisors, and special guests. I'm excited to be here today to recognize North Carolina's newest Global Ready School. The Global Ready School designation signifies a school's commitment to ensuring students are globally engaged and productive citizens. To achieve this designation, schools complete a rigorous application process. This application includes narratives and links to evidence which demonstrates the school's effort to prepare students to live, work, and contribute in an interconnected world. Successful Global Ready applicants implement best practices in global education, thereby impacting their students, school, and community. I'm extremely honored today to announce that Western Union Elementary in Union County has emerged as a prepared, global-ready school. This school reflects best practices established by the Global Ready program. At this time, I'd like to recognize Principal Williford and Amber Gordon from Western Union Elementary. Western Union represents the 10th Global Ready school to receive the designation. At this time, I'd like to introduce Miss Amber Gordon, a 5th grade teacher from Western Union Elementary, and she'll now share some brief comments.
Good morning, and thank you for inviting us to attend. This morning, I would like to share my thoughts and beliefs around being a global educator and what that means. Global education is not only learning about food, flags, festivals, and the famous people around the world. Instead, it is a broader focus on attitude, values, challenges, similarities and differences of other countries, and how we are all interdependent on one another. At the end of receiving a global education, the hope is to have developed globally competent people who can appreciate different cultures, who embrace other perspectives, and become successful and responsible global citizens. To me, an effective teacher in the 21st century must be a global educator. In a world of ever-increasing globalization, with problems that have a global dimension, we must equip our young people with the necessary skills to tackle complex global problems in a way that is sensitive to various cultures and backgrounds. Many of these problems do not exist yet, and this makes the task of preparing our learners that much more difficult. So how do we do it? We must develop opportunities for our learners to solve problems collaboratively, to develop effective and efficient communication and teamworking skills, and to creatively seek solutions to complex problems. We must have high expectations of our students and empower them to seek solutions for today and tomorrow. Of course, in order to develop these opportunities, we as educators must have an understanding of the world, critically global issues, and their impact both locally and abroad. At Western Union, we are committed to providing our students with a global education. It is our mission to give our best and nothing less.
At this time, we'd like to ask board members to join us at the back for a photo opportunity with the Global Ready banner that's being provided for them. Thank you.
Yes.
Well, congratulations again to Western Union Elementary. And Ms. Gordon, we want to thank you in particular for reminding us that our children's future are inextricably linked, whether it be across North Carolina, across the United States, or across the globe. So thank you so much. I now call on Superintendent Johnson for the superintendent's report to the Board of Education.
Check. I'll be brief. Thank you. I've been standing in the back because driving around the state so much, it's nice to be able to stand. We are very excited. This week is the first week of launching the school safety tip app line. We had a great visit Tuesday morning in Wake County, and we are rolling that out. New Hanover County's doing the trainings. We're about to leave up to Rockingham County. They're doing a training up there as well. It's very exciting. It's been very well received. It is a great program where we are giving students a voice in school safety. We're doing so much. It's our top priority. I want to thank Joe Mamoni, Bo Trumbo, and everyone at the Center for Safer Schools, and of course DPI, regional support team. We have really all been coming together to make this a success. And I can't get into details because we're actually going to work with Sandy Hook to really make sure we only share the details we should share. But I can tell you, as of yesterday, there already was a tip reported that was about a suicide threat, and that person was put in touch with the school counselor. So it's very exciting, and it's great example of when leaders come together in Raleigh, we can get something done. DPI went to the General Assembly. We said we need funding for this. General Assembly allocated the funding. We went and worked with Sandy Hook to make it launch, and now it is going to launch regionally, and hopefully we plan on it being statewide in January. So very exciting update. On top of that, we launched last month the NC Kindness campaign. It's a very important part of school safety that we were not highlighting enough as a state. This has been something that teachers have been doing, schools have been doing, anti-bullying efforts, making sure to go and put that little bit of extra kindness in. It's free, it's easy, but it can make a big difference. And we just visited Butler High School for the 1-year anniversary of that horrible shooting that occurred at Butler. And they truly are a model for not just their resilience, but what they have done, taking that tragedy and making something positive out of it, is a true model for the entire state. And so those are two important updates that I'm happy to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on Ms. Cecilia Holden, our legislative liaison, for a legislative update.
Good morning. Is that live?
Morning.
Okay, so I'm not going to give an in-depth presentation today, but I will direct the board to look at the materials that were posted online. That gives you a link to every bill that has become session law, those that are pending governor's signature, those that have been vetoed. So it's a link, and if you want any additional information on any of those, please feel free to reach out to me directly. All of those I have briefed you on over the course of the session. For today, what I'd like to touch on is the General Assembly has adjourned with a reconvene date for next week, which is November the 13th. On that date, they will come back, and there are a list of things that they can consider. At this time, I'm told that none of those will be on K-12 education. The adjournment resolution indicates that the matters that can be considered are bills responding to action regarding litigation concerning the districts for Congress, State House, and State Senate. I believe there will be a significant amount of focus around redistricting when they do reconvene next week. There's a list of other things. There again, I don't know of anything K-12 specific at this time. We do not have a budget that has been, that the veto has been overridden. I don't anticipate that that will be taken up next week either. The adjournment resolution does indicate that the General Assembly would reconvene again Tuesday, January the 14th. And at that time, that is on the list of items that could be considered. In the course of the last few weeks, while the General Assembly has been here, there have been a number of things that have been passed through. Some have become law, some are still pending governor's consideration. I'll bring your attention to three things in particular. Two of those are focused around teacher pay. One is House Bill 377, and that's the Teacher Step Act. That would simply give the teachers the step increase for the year. So that's consistent with House Bill 966, the Budget Appropriations Act for this year. The second is Senate Bill 354, Strengthening Educators' Pay Act. That bill is also consistent with House Bill 966 budget bill. However, it also includes in there that should the budget veto be overridden, there would be an additional amount of increase for our teachers. Without the veto override, this would be consistent with what was in the budget, which was a 3.9% increase for teachers over the biennium. If the budget bill veto is overridden, it would be a 4.4% increase over the biennium. The last bill that I'll touch on was high profile last time that I reported out. I'm thrilled to say that we did get Senate Bill 522 through the General Assembly. It is now on the governor's desk for his consideration. If in fact the governor does sign it, it would become law sooner. If he does not sign it, then this bill would become law on Monday. So Senate Bill 522 is the bill that is centered around our low-performing schools. That is the ISD bill. The things that are in this bill were a significant win for the State Board of Education and for the students of our state. The State Board, State Superintendent came together. We met with legislators. We all agreed that we were not ready for another school to be entered into the ISD next school year. The General Assembly listened. They removed that part of the legislation. There will be no schools that are required to enter into the ISD next school year. What it will do is it requires the State Board to transfer the lowest scoring school in the state for the 2019-2020 school year. It would go into the ISD in the 2021-2022 school year. For the lowest performing school for the 2020-2021 school year, it would enter into the ISD in 2022-2023. What is uniquely different about this bill is the definition of a qualifying school. Current legislation only included our elementary schools. The new legislation drastically shifts the definition and aligns with our ESSA, and that definition would include all schools being eligible. It would include the lowest performing 5% based on school performance grades, Title I schools. It excludes from eligibility any alternative schools, cooperative innovative high schools, schools in their first or second year of operation, and any newcomer schools. So later this morning, you will hear from James Ellerby, who will share with you more information on where we are and what the new list of qualifying schools might look like. The last piece of the bill was unrelated to the ISD, but it does impact the board. This is around the advanced teaching roles. There's legislation that is tied up in the budget bill, and the legislation in Senate Bill 522 now frees up the opportunity for the state board. It eliminates the cap on districts that can participate in the advanced teaching role program and would exempt participating schools from class size requirements. Those two pieces of legislation were needed in order for the board to move forward with the advanced teaching roles pilot this year. So with that, I will conclude my presentation unless there are any questions.
Questions from my colleagues? Thank you, Ms. Holden.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, we will now proceed to our committee reports, and I remind committee chairs in the audience that all voting on consent and any item requiring action will be done at the end of the agenda via roll call. We'll begin with the Education, Innovation, and Charter Schools Committee, chaired by Ms. White.
My apologies. Good morning, everyone. I'm Amy White, and I have the tremendous opportunity to lead the Education, Innovation, and Charter School Committee along with my colleague, Ms. Jill Kamnitz. We've got an aggressive agenda this morning. I'll remind folks that this serves as the committee, and actions will be taken at the end. So for action today, we have 2 items. EICS 1 is the list of qualifying schools for the Innovative School District, and an update from Dr. James Ellerby. So I'll call him to the podium to make that presentation.
Good morning, Chairman Davis, Superintendent Johnson, and members of the State Board of Education. I am James Ellerby, and I serve as the Innovative School District Superintendent, and I'm here today to give you a few updates on the progress of the one school that we do have in the ISD. Talk a little bit about the qualifying list, but Cecilia Holden has already done a great job of telling you the information that goes behind that, and just give you a quick update about Team CFA and our working relationship with AAC. As always, we take through the lens of the strategic plan given by the State Board, and we focus in the area of equity and opportunity, and as you heard from the panel yesterday, these are some key terms that are being considered when they're talking about turning around and moving schools forward. With Southside Ashpole, we are fully staffed still, and the attendance rate for the staff from September 26th to October the 23rd has been 96%, and student attendance in that same range has been 95%. We have 214 students currently at the school, and of course on the panel yesterday you met Dr. Bowen, who is definitely an innovative leader who leads this pack. Dr. Tripp Stallings and I did a presentation the last board meeting talking about things that the Friday Institute found in the school that we have in the ISD, and not necessarily evaluating the ISD, but we came up with 4 buckets. And thanks to the board, we are going to in the process of creating a dashboard with these 4 buckets. But as of right now, since we're still building that, I will update you in those areas. As far as the academic growth and achievement, as you can see, our instructional coach has started now at Southside Ashpole, and will be really focused on aligning the pacing guides, the assessments and the instruction in the classroom. Those things are currently going on, but she is very skilled at bringing all these pieces together and leading those PLCs. And then we have the continuous school improvement team that is still in process of building a strategic plan to make sure that we exceed our goals. And we will be using NC STAR to report our work through that process. We have been doing instructional walkthroughs. I have visited with Dr. Bowen, and we've walked through the classrooms, taking the rubric that they generated to look at classroom instruction and talk about those happenings in the classroom. In the learning conditions and student behavior, we definitely are focused on culture and climate, because we want a positive focus, a positive culture and climate at the school. And there have been field trips that are linked to our curriculum that we're exposing students that have not been outside of their area to areas and information about the world in general, so that kids can broaden their horizons of what is going on and the opportunities they have. Play therapy is done by UNC, where a professor comes in and all the parents have agreed to allow the child to be observed by the professor as they make play and with certain toys, so that they can help that child make better decisions about behaviors and consequences. And of course, the social emotional learning piece is a key part of that. Bullying prevention has been done by the rolling chief of the police department, which is a great partnership with the school. Ongoing monitoring is happening, and I do want to give a shout out to Robertson County Schools because they have really pushed it forward and made it a priority to handle any work orders that we need at the school, and that is very much appreciated. The school community engagement, there are events, and I have other events later on that I will show you that are happening. There are public relation things going. We are partnered with the Outteach program to focus on improving our science scores. And 20 Strong Men presentation is about a mentorship support to the school for the students that attend that school. The parent community advisory we are still building. We do have the community leaders who are part of that. We're trying to ensure we have a consistent group of parents that are part of it. Professional development, you can see collaborative meetings are occurring. The Student Advisory Committee, I've actually attended one of those with Dr. Boyne, which was a sightful thing to see. And then, of course, I am still taking Dr. Boyne through the NESIS process through the evaluation. These are other events I'm sure you have in the PowerPoint to look at. And these were the requirements that Cecilia Holden have already discussed. I show you this slide because by November 15th, we are definitely supposed to have the qualifying list, and I'd like to introduce that qualifying list to you according to the new data. We have a total of 69 schools on the new qualifying list. 42 of those schools are rural, and 27 of those schools are urban. And as you can see, the numbers are broken down here on the right of the number of qualifying schools in each region. I want to thank Dr. Beverly Emery, who is going to allow me to work with the regional case managers to talk about additional supports that we can provide for these schools to assist them in not entering into the innovative school district. So we want to be of a nature of support. This is the list, and the board, you have the list broken down by region, and I hope that if you need any other information, I'll be glad to share with you about those schools. I want you to know that there were 30 LEAs involved. I was able to call 30 out of 30 superintendents, and Superintendent Johnson was ecstatic that we were able to contact, and I was able to talk with them, and they knew about this list prior to this presentation. The partnership with AAC, I don't have a lot to share with you, but I do want to thank Dave Machado, Dr. Stiegel, Eric Snyder, and Ashley, and some other folks that were able to get them on the phone, and we all had a meeting together. These were some of the points that came out that directly support the school. They are restructuring, but they will continue to support AAC and the core knowledge sequence that we are using at the school. They will continue to support 13 or 14 schools to include Southside Ashpole in the areas of grants, leadership development, teacher support, academic and cultural excellence. And we are currently trying to organize a meeting to talk about the specifics and how it looks on the part of AAC, Team CFA. That's all I have for you today. Are there any questions?
Dr. Oxendine.
Thank you, Ms. White. Thank you, Dr. Ellery. My question has to do with going back to the Sandhills. Did I see 6 schools or 6 school systems? Schools, okay, school systems.
Yes. 6 schools, yes, because there's a total of 6.
And are they across the Sandhills region or in one county? You may have that someplace else.
There are several LEAs.
Yeah, okay.
And there's an appendix for you that's broken down by region so that you can go
All right.
specifically to
Very
that.
good. And going back to the Southside Ashpole School, I'm wondering if, I believe that school does take part in the North Carolina check-ins.
Yes, ma'am, it does.
I'd like to see some data at
Yes,
some
ma'am.
point.
That's a part of the dashboard that we were building that Dr. Buxton, J.B. Buxton actually has suggested. So we are definitely building that, and we will share that data.
Because by now, I would imagine they have taken a check-in.
We've done map testing. I think they're in a process now, taking some NC check-ins. I think it's this week or it was last week. I'm not
Those are
sure.
kind kind of leading indicators of what could come next. So keeping an eye on that's very important.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments about Dr. Ellery's presentation? Mr. Buxton?
Just one, and this may be my misunderstanding from reading the news. I thought Team CFA had folded.
Based upon the conversation that I had with Eric Snyder in the room, they assured us that they were still going to support the 13 and 14 schools that they were currently working with.
Okay.
And that's how I understood it.
And so they are helping AAC with curriculum implementation.
The curriculum, they provide the curriculum and the implementation piece, yes, sir.
And if they went away, we wouldn't have the curriculum?
I wouldn't say that because there are ways that we would, from the department, have support. We're actually integrating the North Carolina Standard Course of Study through their curriculum. They have other things that are more about student engagement, active learning, and we're making sure that they're exposed to the North Carolina Standard Course of Study. So that's why that instructional coach is there to help align that.
Okay, Ms. White, just a comment, and to my fellow board members, I think, I'm not going to speak for everyone, I feel increasing confidence in what's happening largely because of your leadership coming into this. I continue to struggle the value add that AAC is giving us in this, and it feels to me like we've got kind of a DPI-led operator situation, which I don't say as a criticism. It may be that as we go forward, that's a stronger approach for us than finding an outside operator.
Yes,
And
sir.
so I just want to put that on the table as what it appears like from the outside, and if I'm wrong about that, please disabuse me of that, but it feels like the department is pushing in and leading this in a way that we ought to pay attention to for future schools we'll deal with.
And according to the conversation with Eric Snyder, that's why we're trying to have this meeting, so we talk about more specifics of things that they could do to be leading this operation.
Thank you, Ms. White.
Thank you.
Other, Chair Davis.
So Ms. White, I know that when this item was contemplated and put on our agenda, it was an action item because there was some particular action that we might have to take. But pending the legislation that seems to be moving forward and is sitting on the governor's desk, I think it's appropriate that this not be an action item because we don't have an item to frankly take action on. It's an important report, glad we've got it, but I would just make that suggested change to the agenda. If you're in agreement.
Without disagreement. So
Okay, all right.
we will not take action on this item, but thank you for the time that you invested to pull together the information that gives us just a snapshot of what's going on currently. And again, by law, we have to have the list of schools that we'll be working with over the next few years to help them access the supports that are available to them. One object of note, in your presentation, if you look at the map of North Carolina and the way the schools are concentrated, the low-performing schools are concentrated by district, and then the regional support teams. Your comment, I want to make sure that I highlight that, is that you are going to look at the individual regions that have a higher concentration of low-performing schools to make sure that those regional support models are able to allocate the supports that are needed. In short, one district doesn't have any low-performing schools, and we have a regional support model there. Just because they're low-performing does not mean that they don't need support. There are several districts, North Central has several, that may need additional support.
Yes, that's correct, and thank you.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay.
Let's move to EICS 2. This item is before you for action today. We had it last month for discussion. Jay Whalen is here to, again, discuss with you the NC Access timeline, the request for applications, and the rubric. This is the $26.5 million grant with an additional $10 million. Congratulations on that again. directed at our charter schools with an opportunity to allow them to access those funds so they may recruit as many students as possible to offer equitable opportunities for our economically disadvantaged students. Mr. Whalen.
Great, thank you, Ms. White, and good morning, board members. We do have one update to the eligibility criteria that we wanted to discuss this morning. Everything else from discussion last month is the same, and with this board's blessing and approval this afternoon, we still plan to release the application next Friday, November 15th, to open the application window for cycle 2. But we do have some eligibility updates based on some of the discussion from last month, some conversations that we've had internally for quite some time now. As Ms. White mentioned, with the addition of this $10 million, we were looking for ways to expand the reach of the program, and part of that was to expand some of the eligibility criteria for schools that were eligible to receive subgrants. So just very briefly, the planning and implementation only subgroups have not changed. The eligibility remains the same for planning and implementation. It's for schools entering their planning year. Those schools don't have accountability data, so basically their eligibility is just based on the merits of the application that are presented to us that we will review. For implementation only for schools entering years 1 to 3 of operation, if school performance data is available, those schools need to have a B and to have met or exceeded growth for all of the years of available data, and that would be a maximum of 2 years for any school that falls in that category. So the changes that were made were specifically for the expansion and replication categories, and we added 2 additional pathways to allow more schools to be eligible for subgrant funding. So the first row here is the original eligibility criteria that was in our original state grant, and that remains one of the pathways for schools that have received an A or B school performance grade for 2 of the last 3 years and have met or exceeded growth for 2 of the last 3 years, and when applicable have a graduation rate higher than the state average. When we ran the numbers for 2019, that was 59 eligible schools going into the current cycle. And so what we decided internally, based on some of the conversations that we've had, some of the needs of our charter schools, and some of the discussion from the board meeting last month, we added 2 additional pathways. The first is for schools that have received an A or B school performance grade for 3 consecutive years, sort of regardless of growth status, those high-performing schools around the state that are serving students really well and have an A or B school performance grade for 3 years in a row. That added 6 schools to the eligible applicant pool. And then the third pathway is schools that have had a C or higher for 3 consecutive years and met or exceeded growth for 3 consecutive years. And sort of thinking back to Mr. Cannon's presentation this morning, those schools that are meeting and exceeding growth for consecutive years, 3, a lot of these 5 or more consecutive years, and really serving students really well, and have a C or above, that is an additional pathway that we've added. And that pathway added 18 schools to the eligible applicant pool. So ultimately, we went from 59 to 83 schools, so almost a 50% increase in schools that are eligible for expansion and replication. Those do not apply to the implementation only and planning and implementation subgroups, where we'll have a number of other schools that are eligible as well. But those additional pathways have been added to the eligibility criteria and are in the updated application that was shared with you for this month. So I'm happy to take any questions about that or any further questions about the application and rubric.
Thank you so much for being responsive to the questions that you did hear during last month's presentation. Questions from colleagues about the slight change that was made that will afford the opportunity for more schools to apply for the funding. Questions? Okay, seeing none, at the time that we take the vote, I'll make the recommendation that we approve the timeline and the rubric as amended and presented.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Whalen. We have 4 items for discussion this morning. EICS 3 is a request from Three River Academy to relocate and revise the State Board of Education growth stipulation, and I have Dave Machado here to walk us through that item. Mr. Machado.
Thank you, Ms. White. If I can talk about the NC Access Grant one more time, I always like to come and follow Jay and thank his team for doing a great job. But with the additional funds that we were granted, one of the things that we're instituting now is our NC Fellows program, which is leaders of the schools that have gotten the sub-grant. We are now instituting a guest NC Fellows, and we are identifying anywhere from 6 to 12 low-performing schools every year that will be guest fellows, so they can participate in the really serious and aggressive professional development. We think that was another great improvement that we've made based on the recommendations and being able to get the extra funding. So I think I always want to mention that. Okay, Three Rivers Academy, if you remember, that is the organization that assumed Heritage Collegiate several years ago. And well, they just finished their very first year. They're in their second year right now. They moved to another location, and you granted that that location is about 18 miles from Windsor, their original location. They are asking that they be allowed to move back to the original location in Windsor. Our office has not received the educational certificate of occupancy as of yet, which would not allow them to go back into that building. They say that they will provide that to us. This item is up for discussion today. If you were to allow them to move, their plan was to move over Christmas holidays, which would be end of December. In this amendment that CSAB is recommending is that part of the stipulation of the assumption was that State Board of Ed made was they had to meet growth their very first year. Obviously, they haven't even come close to that. And CSAB is asking, along with this, part of this amendment request, is that they be allowed to meet growth one of the first 2 years. Okay, so again, not just the first year, but they had an opportunity to make it the first or second year. So that is the amendment that is before you right now for discussion.
Questions from board members? I see Vice Chair Duncan.
Just for definitional purposes, they would be moving in the middle of this year. Would this be the second year of the 2 years they have to meet growth out of one of the 2 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Additional questions? Okay. It's a moot point for the move if they don't get the CO on the building. If they don't have the CO, they won't be moving. So it'll item be before us next month, and we'll have further information. But the second part of it is that currently they're out of compliance with the growth component, and the CSAB is requesting that we give leniency and allow them to meet growth in that second year. And so when it comes back before us for action, that's the item that would be the item of importance, whether or not we would be willing to allow them that extra year to meet growth. To echo Mr. Machado's comments, they have a lot of work to do. Okay, thank you. So that was the first item of discussion. Let's move to EICS 4. This is Bonnie Cone Classical Academy's request to change management companies. Mr. Machado.
Okay. Thank you. Bonnie Cone Classical Academy is in its very first year. They did ask for a 1-year delay. They're located in Huntersville, which is in Mecklenburg County. Because Team CFA is decided to get out of the CMO business, that they will not be providing services as a CMO. They have 2 schools that are currently in their very first year that have a CMO partnership. Bonnie Cone Classical Academy is one of them. So Bonnie Cone Classical Academy and Team CFA have agreed to split and have signed the contract. And now Bonnie Cone would like to partner with Charter One. If you remember, Charter One is the CMO or the EMO partner for Wake Prep in North Raleigh. And the reason that Bonnie Cone wants to partner with Charter One is all Charter One schools use core knowledge sequence, which matches their ed plan. They use Singapore math, which matches their ed plan. Charter One is currently partnering with Wake Prep in North Raleigh. And Charter One's had successful schools in Arizona, Nevada, and Florida, and actually every charter school that they partner with, after their second year, they are a B or better school in those states. And they have a, Charter One also has a relationship with with a company called Schoolhouse, and that is the company that is building Bonnie Cohn's brand-new building that they will be moving in probably the next 3-4 weeks. So that is an amendment that we're asking for you to discuss and then obviously vote on next month.
Questions for clarification for Mr. Machado on this particular request? Okay, hearing none, we'll move to EICS 5. Alex Quigley, I think thank you so much for being close to the podium. So we've got our first set of accelerated charter school application, well, our only set of accelerated charter school application recommendations. And Mr. Quigley, if you will walk us through the proposal that you have before us.
Yeah, so good morning, board members. I appreciate you taking a few minutes on this. So we had 5 accelerated applications this year, far fewer than last year. One of the reasons, in terms of, I like to share when I am here and have an opportunity to share a little bit about how we're consistently working to improve our authorization or recommendation process. Last year, we saw that we felt like some of the applicants were submitting a request for acceleration as a way to kind of jump ahead of the calendar, and get us to have to decline them 2 times. So because last time we said, okay, we're not going to consider you for acceleration, but now we're going to review you as a regular cycle application. We told folks for this cycle that if they applied for acceleration, if they were not granted it, they were done. They don't get to move into the traditional calendar. They'll have to wait until next year and reapply. So the stakes became higher for them, which I think was a strong disincentive for people to not apply that didn't feel as if they were truly ready. That being said, we still had 5 applications, and we're only recommending 2. The first is Davis Academy of Chadbourn, which is in Columbus County. And that was a unanimous vote of the board members that were there that day, 7-0 vote to recommend. And the first year that school will be 180 students. It'll grow to 540 by its 5th year. And it starts as a 6 to 8, but then will be K to 8, become a K to 8 school over time. And the anticipated demographics are 73% African American, 17% white, 8% Hispanic, and 2% 2 or more races, which is going to ideally mirror the demographics of the school in that area that was closed. We felt like the application was very strong, was well written, and the leadership on the board was very strong. Actually, one of the gentlemen on the board is, I believe, a former colleague of Mr. Cannon's from Edgecombe County. I also will point out, since I have a minute at the podium here, and as a TFA alum myself, every single adult in that video, except for the superintendent and a parent, was a Teach for America alumni. Mr. Cannon is an alumni. I myself am a Teach for America alumni. I just think it's important to note that the state's support of the Teach for America program and the state's investment in that is leveraged over many years. And so there's, I think, 75 alumni school leaders or alumni working in school systems. The Director of Innovation, Aaron Swanson, was a TFA alum. And so we're grateful for the support of the program in the state, because it's not just the time that the teachers teach the 2 years in the classroom, but it's the work that they're doing beyond those 2 years. So I just want to take a moment on my soapbox to point that out. So we felt very compelled by this application, and that's reflected in the unanimous vote. We feel that they are ready to move and be accelerated. They've already identified their principal, and so we felt this met the criteria. The second application was Old Mainstream Academy in Robeson County, starting K to 4 with 200 students and growing to K to 8 with 440 students. The anticipated demographic is 97% minority with a high, and forgive me if I'm not using the right terminology, but American Indian population, and 100% expected economically disadvantaged, 6% students with disabilities, and 2% ELL is the kind of anticipated demographics of that school. That vote was recommended 4-3, so that was a very close vote.
Okay. Questions from my friends about either one of, or comments about either one of these applications? Okay. Mr. Buxton?
Couple clarifying questions on Old Mainstream. How many CSAB members do we have?
There's 11. 11. We had
Okay.
some absences that day.
Right, so we've got 4 votes out of 11 for this one. This one, I think, is special context because of Southside Ashbowl. And I think the duty for us to be rigorous in ensuring, especially with a fast track, that we've got a school that is going to be high quality and serve kids well, given some of the challenges we've had at Southside Ashbowl, which is kind of seen as a charter operator, or it is. So I've tried to look at this. There are 2 things I struggle with, because just from a clarification. One is a lot of the language at the outset was about indigenous populations, which I took as American Indian, but then there was other language that essentially suggested that it was open to everybody, which it has to be technically
Right,
understand.
absolutely, yeah.
But should we read this as a targeted recruitment effort of American Indian kids not performing well currently, not being served well currently, and that's who the school is going to focus on?
I would say their recruitment efforts and the school's focus, yes. My read of an interpretation of the application and in the interview, yes.
Okay.
But of course, the school is open.
Sure.
And I think they expect diversity even within that, even if they focus on that area.
Okay. Second follow-up is, I tried to figure this out in the language throughout, but red pedagogy was listed throughout. I could never really get a definition for that, and I think the strength of the instructional program is probably the most important, to me, qualifier. The 4-3 vote had me a little nervous, given I assume that's a large focus as well.
I think that was one of the issues that came up. Again, there were folks that I think that felt compelled by the need to have a school that targets this demographic of students that has been disenfranchised in many ways, and I think people felt compelled by that. I think there was, I think speaking for those that did not support it, I think there was a feeling of a lack of clarity of how that, and sophistication of how that pedagogical approach is actually going to be played out and delivered, and is clear and really will lead to the outcomes that are necessary for students in this demographic, or frankly any demographic.
Okay. What is red pedagogy?
It's hard. I can't say. I don't. It's hard for me to say that off the top of my head. I haven't reviewed the application this morning, but it's. There was a text that was referenced that basically is approaching the education of American Indians with an understanding of the social justice or lack of justice that has been provided to that specific community in our country, and an understanding that we, in order to teach that particular group, we have to have that mindset. In the same way that not understanding the struggle of another ethnic group in our country and just going into that teaching without having an understanding of that, the context, the relationship, and just applying any pedagogy without that context and understanding will leave students behind and will not connect them. There was a lot of talk about the role of the river, for example, and that the river plays in the community, and connecting educational experiences to the river in that community, because it is such an important part of that community.
I appreciate
I
it.
know, I hope I didn't butcher it too much, but
Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Oxendine?
Thank you, Ms. White. Let me take a couple of minutes and talk through the application in terms of the instructional component, and I'll give some time to Red Pedagogy. Because UNCP is part of this kind of the support system for Old Mainstream, I had a real unique interest in the instructional design. And I have an interest in it also because I'm a part of the community. I'm a part of I live in, you know that, I live in Robeson County. I also know some of the struggles of the LEA right now because I'm very, very involved in going to Robeson County on a regular basis and helping that LEA overcome some of the struggles with the declining population and how to align that with the loss of funds. So I know the discussion and some of the angst that we have around the impact of charter schools on an LEA, any LEA, but especially an LEA, a local district such as the public schools of Robeson County. Okay, so two things. I met with the developers of this grant because of my role at UNCP, and eventually I would be called in to do some work probably with the parents or the students or the faculty. So I needed to get my head wrapped around Red Pedagogy. So it really is about place-based instruction. So this is the way the Lumber River rolls into the instructional design and other historic places in the in Robeson County. Now, one of the recommendations that I would make is to really refine that instructional piece, because that instructional, this is Olivia Oxendine speaking. What I would like to see in any charter school that finds its way into Robeson County or any of the low-performing, chronically low-performing LEAs in my district or any other State Board of Education district, to really hit hard on tackling the stubbornness of low achievement, because it is stubborn, and we all know that. It is very stubborn in the public schools in Robeson County. So I would want a very clean approach to instruction that deals with the basics of let's do all we can to rid the schools and to rid the communities and get these kids on track in reading and math and all the other basics and above the basics. The developers of this application think that can happen. They believe that they can get in there and redesign it and fix it and do something else with the concept of Red Pedagogy, because that is very, very thick and it's very, very esoteric. It's very, very rich, but it may not be right for K4 or K8.
yeah, and I think that.
And I think in other words, what I'm saying is may not be the most developmentally appropriate way to go about educating kids who are they need really strong, straightforward instruction. The developers are willing to work on that.
My teacher eyes in the back of my head. Is there anybody else that wants to make a comment about? Sorry. Dr. Emery.
Thank you. I hope this is appropriate. I just want to say that at the State Board's request, we've had a team on the ground in the public schools of Robeson County for almost 6 months. Our regional case manager spends 1 day a week there. Dr. Oxendine just mentioned she and Alan Duncan have been there repeatedly. We have spent entire afternoons before board meetings and have stayed and attended board meetings. For the first time in 5 years, the public schools of Robeson County have increased enrollment, which has added much-needed help to the ADM issues and the financial issues that they're facing. And I can't sit here quietly and just not say there's a little momentum there. The district went through a politically and emotionally charged process of closing and consolidating 4 schools to balance their budget. The team of regional folks that Dr. Ellerby talked about, all 8 of them have spent time in Robeson County helping principals understand scheduling, how to use the allotments wisely. And I just need to say out loud, it's a tough situation to consider when the district is finally adding enrollment that also helps them financially, competition in this way. So forgive me if I'm not being politically correct in my comments.
Ms. Kamnitz and then Vice Chair Duncan.
In addition to what Dr. Emery just pointed out, I would say personally, this is an accelerated application process. So this is a school that wants to shorten the time that it takes to develop its plan and to be ready to open. And I personally am not comfortable, in addition to the Robeson County issues, I'm not comfortable with something that doesn't seem to be quite where it needs to be at this point. And a vote of CSAP 4-3 makes me, particularly with an accelerated opening, uncomfortable.
Okay. Thank you. Vice Chair Duncan?
I just wanted to second Dr. Emery's comments and take a moment to praise the work of the staff in Robeson County. It's been going on for the benefit of all the children in Robeson County. It's been very focused. The consideration here, I guess there's twofold that come to mind. One of them is what several people have alluded to. It's 4 of 11 members, which is a little bit unusual for an accelerated application in my experience thus far, which I admit is limited in this regard. But the bigger concern for me is the one that was the focal point of Dr. Emery's remarks. There's been a loss of ADM, and there has genuinely been some financial issues that have had to be dealt with and have required extraordinary care. The ISD contributed to the loss of ADM, although there were a number of other issues, including the serious flooding and other conditions. So in trying to look at the effects of the school and then trying to sense what it is that the school brings, it's a unique or innovative approach. And that seems to be the red pedagogy is the unique approach, and yet I don't know that we have a full comfort level with that. I'm wondering if perhaps we could at least at a minimum get some more information before we go forward next month with some further assessment by the CSAB board and some further thought process about whether this one makes the best sense for an accelerated approach.
Okay, so colleagues, I'm just doing some simple math here, and Charter School Policy, CTHR 12, directs us if we don't feel like we're going to have consent or approval on an item, that we would direct the Charter School Advisory Board to revisit this application before we deny. And so what I'm going to suggest is I'm just capturing things that I heard in discussion. There are some concerns about the pedagogy. There are concerns about the addition of a charter school in a county that has been financially depressed. They've just gone through a major consolidation. And further exacerbated by the fact that the CSAB's original vote came to us as 4-3 instead of, if this is going to be accelerated, this is, as Livia says, this is Amy White speaking. If we really think that this is a home run, then it should be 7-0 or 11-0. So I know this item is before us for discussion, but I'm going to ask that we send this particular Old Mainstream application back to the Charter School Advisory Board for further review and consideration of the points that we've brought to light here today during this discussion.
If I could
Mr.
just
Quigley.
add, and to Vice Chair Duncan's comment, I also want to make sure that we are careful not to open the door for applicants to add additional submissions or additional addendums or changes to an application, because I think we work hard to preserve the sanctity of the application that you submit is going to be, you're going to run on that application. And if we, throughout what end up being a lengthy process, say, okay, well, we don't actually like this part, but we'll give you some more time to come back with a whole nother addendum or a change, I want to make sure that it's clear to the applicants. That's not what we're doing. If you send it back to us, if we want them to come in and we want to ask them some more questions, we will determine that. But you're not going to get to submit, 25 pages where you've rewritten your ed plan for red pedagogy, because you had a lot of time to do that. We had 2 interviews. The board spends a lot of time, and I also, in defense of my board's time as well, I think it's important that we not create that sense for applicants, because we saw a little bit of that last year as well, and I want to make sure that we're just protecting the applicant, the application itself. And I would imagine Dave and his team would agree.
Yes. Okay, I'm hearing folks. Yes, Mr. Ford.
Question, and this, I apologize if this has already been asked. I'm really intrigued by the notion of red pedagogy, and again, it seems esoteric. I'm more of a critical pedagogue myself. What was the contention that caused the 4-3 split, though? What was the primary factor that doesn't seem like a very high confidence interval? So could you? I mean, we should probably go back and look at the minutes. Speaking for myself, but what was the contention there?
I would definitely refer you to the minutes rather than my memory. I think that I think collectively as a board we are excited. We are excited about innovations in education in the same way that you heard this morning about the power of innovation and turning around schools and making an impact on kids' lives. Freedom and autonomy, as a charter person, I believe that. As a person turning around a school myself, I wouldn't be able to do it without the freedom to do it. So I think we're excited about the innovations. I think the board was excited about that. But taking something that is, and Dr. Oxentine did a better job describing than I did, but is esoteric, is complex, and then just really making it live in really very specific terms, particularly in what is initially going to be an elementary environment. I think, other than kind of we're going to the river and we're going to focus on place-based education, which was something that was raised, I think the board had trouble seeing it despite kind of asking a number of questions. But again, I would refer you to the minutes because that's going to certainly give a better recollection than my memory. Yeah.
One additional question from Dr. Oxendine, and then I think we're sort of at a place where we know where we're going. One last comment.
One final question for clarity, because I'm not as familiar with charter school law and state board policy on the reversion back to CSAB. Good to know, no revisions can take place in the interim. Okay, that's clarity. But what about, at some point, may this application return in a year or so?
Absolutely. You've approved applications that have been before us multiple times. They will not enter the traditional process this year, kind of to what I talked about earlier. They would have to reapply next year.
It's a learning experience.
Yes.
And they were, I believe, they applied the year before, regular timeline, but they were not approved the first time around.
So just firming up what we're asking the Charter School Advisory Board to do, if you could, at your meeting next week, review
Yes, ma'am.
this existing application as is with no additional changes and bring back a recommendation for us at the next board meeting. Okay, fantastic. Okay, we'll close that conversation. Thank you so much
Great.
for your time
Thank you.
today, Mr. Quigley, and your role as leader of the Charter School Advisory Board.
Thank you all.
The last discussion item is EICS 6. This is an application from Wilson County to be a restart, 2 schools in Wilson County. And this is going to be Julie Garber.
Greetings, State Board members. I'm Cynthia Martin,
Sorry,
Director.
Dr. Martin.
No problem.
Good
District
morning.
and Regional Support. I may be calling on Julie, depending on the questions. But we have 2 schools recommended for restart from Wilson County, Barnes Elementary and Hearn Elementary. These are fast-track applications. Their Superintendent Mills, is here supporting their application, and we support and recommend them for restart.
Okay. Questions from colleagues about the applications from Wilson County? Fantastic. Thank you so much, Dr. Martin. Okay, several items for consent. Again, if they're on the consent agenda, they're before you because they are small incremental changes. I'll just walk you through a couple of them. EICS 7 is the Academy for Aerospace and Advanced Technologies request to amend its mission statement. It's like a 2-word change. You can read through that. EICS 8 is a change to the pilot virtual charter school charter agreement. Again, an incremental change in that. That's not a material change. EICS 9 is the 2018 Charter School Performance Framework Report. That was before you last month. EICS 10 is Tillery Charter Academy's request to implement a weighted lottery. They are one of the schools that is going to be accessing funds from the Access Grant. EICS 11 is East Voyager Academy, request to implement a weighted lottery. EICS 12 is our report to the General Assembly on the Innovative School District, and you have heard that report before. And then EICS 13 is Wake Prep's request to implement a weighted lottery and modify enrollment. If you'll remember, earlier this spring, this was a charter school that was applied, and we had considerable discussion about their population, their overall enrollment, and as promised, they are back before us this month with the changes to their application. Mr. Chair, that concludes our committee work today. We'll have one item for action, and that is the approval of the NC Access timeline request for applications and rubric approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White. We'll now take a 10-minute break and be back at 12:10. Okay, we are back in session. We are going to make a slight change to our agenda. Our agenda calls for us to go into closed session halfway through the open session items and then come back. We're just going to proceed through the rest of the open session items and then go to close. So that means we're going to have a working lunch. So please grab your lunch if you haven't already, and we'll continue to press forward. So our next item on our agenda is the Educator Standards and Practice Committee report, and I'll turn to the chair of that committee, Dr. Oxendine.
Thank you, Chairman Davis. I am Olivia Oxendine, and I chair the Educator Standards and Practice Committee, and joining me in that leadership capacity is Ms. Amy White. This month we have two discussion items and one consent item. I will turn ES&P over to Dr. Seiberg. Approval of the RTI Educator Prep Pathways to Teaching. This is, we have general statute and we have board policy to make this possible for an entity. And so today we're going to be discussing an application that has already gone through the program approval process. So I'm going to just turn over to my left to Dr. Seiberg.
Yes, Research Triangle Institute, RTI International, is seeking board approval to be recognized as an initially authorized educator preparation program. That would enable them then to apply for specific program areas to offer for candidates across the state. The group is initially targeting the Southeast Education Alliance as a point of entry for recruitment to their residency program. So they're not offering degrees, they're offering licenses, routes to licensure. And then what we did here at DPI was we followed the procedure outlined in Senate Bill 599, where they submitted a formal application to DPI that's been peer reviewed. We used national accreditation reviewers, CAPE reviewers, 3 CAPE reviewers from across the state. There was a refinement process of the application, and the peer reviewers are ultimately recommending this program for board approval. And on the eBoard system is an attachment of the final application for your review.
Thank you, Dr. Seiberg. And are there questions or comments about this proposal? Discussion item, it will come back to us for approval next month. Are there questions about the RTI Pathways to Teaching? Chair Davis.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Oxendine. I think this is a worthy program that deserves our consideration and frankly our approval. But I have received some feedback about the name of the program and how it is so similar to what our 2 flagship university colleges of education have. And so I think there is the potential of some confusion among our communities because of these 2 similar naming conventions, and wondered if you had comments on how we might alleviate that confusion, or whether the consideration of a slight change in the naming would rectify that situation.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So I was first made aware of this yesterday at around 3 o'clock. A representative from NC State brought that to my attention. I then turned back around and communicated with RTI to let them know that there was some potential conflict there. And I ultimately have asked the 2 of those parties to communicate together to figure out what the next steps are. In the current layout, what we're bringing today is, that our review process has recommended this system, this program, insofar as it's rigorous and it's meeting the various standards and expectations within the state, and the idea of, or the technicality around the individual naming of that program. Because it just happened yesterday at 3, I don't have an immediate response, other than we have engaged with both of those entities and we have recommended that they communicate as well. And I'll try and get a solution to that between now and the next board meeting.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
Excellent. That's good information to have. Any other questions about this particular item or the recent concern around the naming? And so we look forward. If none, I'm looking around the room. I'm not quite a 360-degree turn. But close to that.
You look for Tom?
Oh, well, he doesn't have it. So, that was good awareness to bring to our attention through the recent letter that we had. So it's good to know we've got a process in place to work through that little complexity there. So thank you, Dr. Steiberg. And we'll move on to ES&P 2, and this is a amendment to LICN 001, revisions to comply with SB 219 and Senate Bill 621, and Dr. Tomberlin is standing before us.
Thank you, Dr. Oxenine. Good afternoon, everyone. Congratulations and welcome to our newly inducted board members, and welcome to the exciting world of licensure. So we have revisions to LICN 001 based on the recent passage of Senate Bill 219 and Senate Bill 621. Also some movement from some of the policy in LICN 001 to a different policy. So these revisions, of course, are just based on 219 and 621. They were discussed with our Teacher Recruitment and Retention Task Force in September, and were approved by PEPC in October, and we bring them to you now for discussion. Some of the general revisions, we're creating a link to the CTE licensure manual. As many of you know, CTE has some special requirements that necessitate a separate manual for them that the CTE folks maintain. And we're just creating that link in the state board policy to that manual. We've renumbered some sections, and we're replacing some previous law requirements throughout the policy with the new requirement of teachers must attempt any licensure exam in the first year and pass by the end of the third year of the license. And so that, where that change exists, I will briefly gloss over that in the policy, but just to let you know that that is the new statutory requirement that all teachers are given until the third year of the license to complete any testing requirements. So the first place we strike some language is in section 1.20. This is just some outdated language that existed in the policy, and we've removed that. And in this case, you can see the CTE Policy and Procedures Manual that's been replaced with the link to that manual. The qualifications to be issued an initial professional license. So there are about 4 here. We're focusing on just the one where we've made a change, and that is to state that a teacher holds a clear license from another state or has completed an out-of-state educator prep program. Those are the 2 criteria for out-of-state folks to be issued a license in the state of North Carolina. The next section, 1.2a, this includes residency in the conversion language from an IPL, converting from an initial professional license, and I apologize to our new folks, I will try to refrain from using acronyms and use full language. An initial professional license, when we convert those to a continuing professional license, the residency license is included in this language that was not included before. In all cases, the applicant must complete a beginning teacher support program in order to convert the license from one of these initial license or the residency license to a continuing professional license. And of course, down below is the language requiring that those exams to be passed by the end of before or during the third year of licensure. This next section, LICN 001 1.20b, this establishes the requirement of a test of pedagogy for all initially licensed teachers. So effective September 1st, 2019, anyone whose application is received after, for licensure is received after September 1st, 2019, will be required to complete to pass a test of pedagogy in order to convert that license from an IPL, initial professional license, or a residency license to a continuing license. And similar to the content exam, that pedagogy exam must be passed by the end of the 3rd year of the license. Also within this provision is the extension language. So for all teachers who hold an elementary license or an ECGC license with an expiration of June 30th, 2019, those teachers are eligible for an extension until June 30th, 2020. Originally, the law did not include those teachers who hold a lateral entry or a residency license, but the law 621 actually corrected that and allowed any teacher holding those licenses, regardless of their pathway, to have that extension. So DPI licensure office is currently in the process of granting those extensions to all those who hold initial professional licenses and lateral entry licenses. And I'm going really fast, so if anybody wants to stop me and ask a question, please.
Totally focused.
Okay. So this language is about our requirement to notify applicants. So the language of the law still reads, an applicant for an IPL must attempt the test, the licensure exam, in the 1st year and pass by the end of the 3rd. So the question around the attempt, if the applicant doesn't attempt the test in the 1st year, what is the consequence? And the consequence is that the NCDPI licensure office will notify that applicant that they did not attempt the test in accordance to the law. The license doesn't expire. There's no consequence for the applicant, but we as DPI licensure office have a duty to notify the applicant that they didn't meet this requirement. So this is just language that indicates how we're going to do that. We're going to send them an email, an electronic communication to the address that they supplied as part of the application process. Now, we all know that with electronic communication, things can go to spam filters, email addresses can be copied down wrong. There's a lot of reasons why somebody may not receive or read that notification. And this policy indicates that just because you didn't see it or just because you didn't receive it, that doesn't get you off the hook for meeting the requirement to pass your licensure exams by the end of the 3rd year. So we're saying we'll notify you the best way we possibly can, but just because you didn't see it doesn't mean that you don't have to meet the requirement by the end of the 3rd year. So a deletion from section 120B and 125A. So previously, as you know, the license was connected to years of teaching. These two statutes, 219 and 621, now they no longer hinge the license to the years of teaching. They connect the license to the requirements to the year of the license. So once you get the license, you have 3 years to complete the requirements. It doesn't matter whether you taught in North Carolina during those years or not. And that's a shift. And so as you recall, we used to establish August 15th as the deadline because that was the last day of one academic year before the next academic year could begin, or a year of teaching. So since this is no longer connected to the academic year or to teaching, we have eliminated the August 15th date and gone back to June 30th as the end of the fiscal year. That's the end of the year of the license, and once you hit the 3rd year on June 30th, then the license expires. And so that's a shift for the field. We have notified the field of this shift, but it's important to see that reflected in policy. LICN 001 is just a deletion of some requirements. and move from LIC in 001 and moving them to LIC in 005 where they make more sense. This is about renewal of licenses. I would encourage board members to look at that policy because within that, there is the requirement for a teacher to meet professional standards, to be rated as proficient or better in order to renew the license. This is the only case where the performance of a teacher can impact the renewal of the license. And so it's really important language, and districts have been doing this for a number of years, but in order to renew the license on the 5-year renewal cycle, a teacher has to demonstrate proficient or better on the evaluation instrument. And there's some policy language and statutory language that indicates what happens when that doesn't occur. But really no changes in that policy, just movement. So LIC in 001 120.d, initial applicants for a North Carolina license, if they are coming from out of state, these folks have to demonstrate evidence of effectiveness by providing evaluation data, including student growth where applicable, from the state in which the valid and current license is held. I'm sorry, I'm stepping away from the mic. I feel the need to roam when I start. I could take it with me. Well, I don't know. It may be best that I remain stationary. So effectiveness data, so a teacher coming to us from out of state, regardless of the number of years of experience, if that applicant does not produce effectiveness data, the only license that is available to that teacher is an initial professional license. And that is a 3-year non-renewable license that may have requirements associated with it in order to convert to a continuing license. If the teacher brings effectiveness data, what this policy is saying is they've got to also provide some kind of documentation to us of what was the model that created that effectiveness data, because we can't possibly know what what we're looking at without the context of this is the state that it came from and here's the effectiveness model that state or that district uses. I think Mr. Ford has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Ford. Just take them.
Okay.
Really quick clarifying question. So what is the threshold or the criteria? So you bring effectiveness data, it says somebody's moderately effective. So they're an average teacher. Do they get licensed in North Carolina or not? So they bring the data, but I guess this doesn't really communicate to me a criteria, right, associated with it.
That is correct. And I'm not trying to be coy or cute here, but the language of the law does not specify the level of effectiveness either. And so in our haste to bring this over, we have just brought in the statutory language and put it into policy. But this is a question that the board should take up and think about and perhaps send a message back to your advising board, which is PEPC. What is the level of effectiveness that one must achieve in order to be granted a continuing professional license? Because the way this reads right now, I don't have policy to say to someone who submits to me evidence that they are not effective, that they can't hold a CPL in the state of North Carolina.
So along those same lines, as we think about...
Yes.
Along the same lines, Mr. Tomlin, when we think about what teacher effectiveness looks like in the state of North Carolina, one of our panelists yesterday, I believe it was Dr. Bowen from the ISD, discussed the need for us to use evaluation models that truly do reflect teacher performance. And I think it's widely understood among principals in North Carolina that our current teacher evaluation model has key standards on that evaluation model that don't specifically reflect teacher performance in the classroom and on the ground. And certainly the elements and ratings of that model as you approach from developing to proficient to accomplished to distinguished, in order to reach the upper levels of that evaluation model, again, sometimes ask for us to measure things that take place outside of the classroom, not necessarily what happens in the classroom. And so to Mr. Ford's point there, I think it's a very, very complex issue of how we evaluate who's a proficient teacher and what proficient looks like on the model that we're using. And highlighting the feedback we got from Dr. Bowen yesterday that even our own current model in our own state, which has 5 standards for teacher evaluation, has key standards and elements and ratings that aren't directly connected to what takes place in the classroom. I guess that's a comment.
Very good points. Mr. Buxton?
Just to clarify, if you have to demonstrate evidence of effectiveness, then if you don't have that, or the evidence shows you're not effective, you don't get that license, right? I mean, you have to show effectiveness.
I think they must demonstrate.
This is, I think this is
I
a
think
judgment
it's-
call we can make. It's evidence of effectiveness. But my question to Mr., I mean, I'm assuming they're gonna bring their state's evaluation data. And they're gonna have something. I think most states, there's something that says you're at a level of what, proficient, distinguished, they got all their own language, but there's something that's gonna signal
Right.
of an effectiveness baseline.
I agree.
Right, so we'd probably use that unless it's like Iowa or there's someone like that that doesn't have anything. But otherwise, doesn't this just basically say whatever the other state tells us they measure as effective, we're kind of bound to accept that?
I think that's correct, and I think what the point that Mr. Ford was getting at is, at what point do we draw the cut to say that qualifies you for CPL or that doesn't qualify for you? And I don't have policy language that creates that situation. So in the absence of that, I mean, I would take the state's or the model's cut score to indicate whether we would grant the CPL or not. And I think that's fine, but I think you're raising an important point with, we are one of the few states in the country that has a statewide system of evaluation. So potentially we're talking about thousands of different models of effectiveness out there that would have to be evaluated and some kind of standard set. Some of them are binary, that you're either a superstar or you're not, and some of them are much more nuanced and have much more, a range of performance like ours with 5 levels of performance. So I think I'm just pointing out that this needs to be resolved in some way and some clarity, because I can't put licensure specialists in the position of trying to evaluate evaluation ratings from everywhere across the country.
It seems like we have plowed this ground before, like last year, this time. Am I having a deja vu? I think and the word comparable came hither and yon, and we agreed on some definition of comparability, right? Testing, but still, I think even within the testing world, that maybe comparability would get us started on some discussion. Going to Pepsi for a final answer. When all else fails, it becomes the work of Pepsi.
That's right. Dr. Miller, I'm sure is happy to take up that work.
It's just those are interesting points for further discussion and final action.
So also in this particular section is it just indicates for those out-of-state applicants who do not provide such effectiveness, they shall only be eligible for an initial professional license or a limited license. That limited license is in there just because the statute creates the opportunity for an out-of-state teacher to hold a limited license. We haven't figured out the practical application of that policy yet, but we just wanted to make sure it was reflected in the policy since it was indicated in law. LICN 001 1.20D. So we outline out-of-state teachers with 3 or more years of experience who would qualify for a CPL. And so here are the conditions that must be met. They must be fully licensed. They must have 3 or more years of teaching in another state, have met comparable testing requirements in another state, or they hold national board certification. Now, if you'll notice, this is a shift. We used to have this as one of the requirements separate, but we had to move it up here because no teacher may hold a CPL in North Carolina out of state unless they have that effectiveness data. So that required us to, the national board cannot serve as that, as that condition. So we moved it up into C as an or for the licensure exam. And that's a change that I think board members should be aware of. And then down here, of course, elementary and ECGC educators must have subtests of math and reading from that out-of-state test in order to qualify under comparability for us. You cannot have a single score but with no subtest, passing subtest of math and reading to qualify for a North Carolina elementary or ECGC license. This section just reiterates that position that if you're coming to us with 3 or more years of experience and you don't have a test that has those subtests, you have to meet North Carolina's requirements. That can be met through the foundations of reading, and I always get this wrong. It's not foundations of mathematics. Yes. It is foundations of mathematics, but the reading is something a little different. But I think everybody. Oh, yes, reading research to classroom practice. Great, it's in the policy. And you could meet that requirement through these offerings in North Carolina. Or, of course, the individual is welcome to take the state board approved examinations.
Dr. Tomberlin, talk to me about out-of-state teachers and the requirement, or if there is, it should be, or if around a test of pedagogy.
Yeah, so this came up at recently at a PANC is the professional administrators of North Carolina. It's a professional organization that many of our HR directors are members of, and this question came up at that meeting, at that statewide meeting, and basically the issue is if you come from out of state and you don't qualify for a CPL, a continuing professional license, and you only can qualify for an initial professional license, the law says in order to convert that initial professional license, you must have a content exam and a pedagogy exam now after September 1st, 2019. So the question becomes, if a teacher comes to us from out of state with 3 or more years of experience, let's say that teacher has 15 years of experience, they present a content exam that we find comparable, so they get the check for that. Are they required to take the pedagogy exam? And the law seems to indicate that yes, they would, which I think for our teachers from out of state with many years of experience, that might be a difficult sell for them to say, well, now, even though you have 20 years of experience, you have to take a pedagogy exam to show us that you know how to teach. And so it's a situation created by statute and policy that we need to address, because I don't think it's going to be, I don't know about the intent, but I think it does create a difficult situation for some of our more experienced teachers who may be coming to the state. Now, I will tell you that my response at PANC, there is a way out of this, and that is if those teachers present effectiveness data, they would qualify for a continuing professional license and therefore would not be required to take a pedagogy test. So I've indicated to all of our LEAs, your best bet for avoiding this situation is to demand effectiveness data from your teachers that are coming to you from out of state. And if you do that, qualify them for the CPL, there's no reason for them to take either our test, our licensure test, or the pedagogy test, because they're not IPLs.
pedagogy test?
A pedagogy test now, according to policy, is EdTPA or the PPAT. Either one of those are recognized as the nationally normed test of pedagogy. And I see Chairman Davis.
Can you explain that further?
Yes.
Those are just letters for most of us, yeah.
Very complicated.
You know, I told you this was an exciting world, and we're so glad to have you. So there are tests of content knowledge. So if I'm a math teacher, I take a test that focuses largely on, you know, high school level or college level math. In some cases, that may be calculus. But there are also tests of pedagogy, like the appropriate way to instruct in a classroom, how to address student behavior, how to create, you know, procedures and rules that are conducive to learning. And so very recently, there have been some assessments created that focus more on those skills of a teacher than on just the simple understanding of content. And we have two of those tests that are nationally recognized tests, and that is the EdTPA, the Educator Teaching Practices Assessment, and PPAT, the Principles of
Principles.
There really are real words underneath those letters. So I promise you, I will get them. I am positive that they really do exist. But we'll get you the full names of those.
Ask our student teachers in North Carolina.
Yes, they know. All right. So does that answer
It does.
your
That's very
question?
clear.
Okay. So LIC and 001.30, provisional licenses. So this section, we realized there was an old, outdated EC requirement in our policy. And when I spoke with our EC department, not only is it old and outdated, but it is actually mythical. It was never really a requirement, and that is the 80% rule. And so Sherry Thomas, our Director of Exceptional Children, was very helpful in helping us understand that 80% rule is not really a rule at all, but a kind of conventional wisdom that's been passed around schools for generations. And so we have stricken that language from policy, and we have applied the appropriate language that we receive from our EC department. And so I think if there are some of the questions that came up from this, is this a federal mandate? No, because the feds never mandated the 80% rule. Our school district's okay with this, and the answer to that is they've been operating under the correct procedure for years. And so no, there's not any issue with this. And then I think the last thing, most of this is just reiterations. One important issue here is we've put into policy, once an individual holds a residency license, so there are two licenses that kind of serve as on-ramps to the residency license. They're the permit to teach and the emergency license. Once you hold a residency license, you can never go back and hold one of these initial entry-level licenses that you're prevented from holding those again. And that's just to keep people from looping over and over and over and over and avoiding an expired license. The PPAT is the Praxis Performance Assessment for teachers. Limited license, I think you're all aware of that. We've actually approved some limited licenses, so this is just the policy that creates that license as it was found in statute. If anybody has any questions on that, I'm happy to answer them. And then finally, the lifetime license for teachers, for teaching licenses for folks who work for 30 years. Just really quickly to explain to you what we're doing with that, if a teacher holds a teaching license and then goes on to be an administrator, so let me take Mr. Wallace as an example here. Tabari, what was your teaching license in? Math. So as long as Tabari keeps his teaching license current, he renews it, his administrator role, as long as he's an administrator, that counts towards achieving a lifetime license. So at the end of 30 years, even though 20 of those years he was an administrator, he still gets to have a lifetime license in mathematics when he after 30 years of serving both as a teacher and as an administrator. But it's only the teaching license that is lifetime, not the administrator license. That would be a lifetime license. And that's pretty much the revisions to LIC in 001.
Many, many revisions, lots of hard work. Other questions or comments? And trust me, new board members, you will have many opportunities to get very proficient with the acronyms out of this particular committee. And, oh, yeah, absolutely, 001. Thank you very much. The last item is, I'm just going to briefly talk about our consent item, and this goes back to an item that we approved last month, pertains to the 13 rules that are part of HB 107. They pertain to TCED 8 and policy 8 and 13. In October, this board did approve that we could direct the SBE rules-making staff to move forward to go from emergency to temporary rules. And that concludes my agenda.
Thank you, Dr. Oxendine. Excuse me. We'll now proceed to the Healthy Responsible Students Committee, led by Mr. Keenan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Reginald Keenan, the chair of the HRS committee, along with my good friend and buddy, Alan Duncan. And today we have what we call the Whole Child NC Committee report, and I think Dr. Ed, who's going to? Emery?
Good afternoon. Thank you for your focus on the whole child. I think we've heard that theme over the last 3 days, and from hope and heart to hungry tummies, I think we all embrace the board's goal of looking at the whole child. On behalf of my colleague, I often call him my work brother, Dr. David Stiegel, who couldn't be here today. It's been a great honor for us to step into leadership of this committee. I did want to say that Dr. Stiegel has a new position who he just filled with Dr. Angie Mullinex, and she has been charged with working with both of our sides of the agency as well as our regional case managers to begin an extensive process of identifying exemplars. We've heard that word a lot over the last 3 days as well. So not just in turnaround, but also whole child, also equity around the state, and so that in each region we have a nice menu of exemplars that we can share that support this work. And I wanted to mention that before we move into the next portion of the agenda. I also want to say thank you to Christy Ebert, who has really helped us stay focused and organized, as well as Dr. Ellen Essick, who you will hear from now with the report.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chairman Davis, Vice Chair Duncan, members of the board. You have in front of you a report for the Whole Child NC Committee. This report that you have in front of you reflects the recommendations that were brought to you in August. And I'm just going to briefly move through those. There are 3 major recommendations. 1, to develop a program approval requirements and communications that focus on educator preparation programs for principals, superintendents, teachers, and sports staff on the whole school, whole community, whole child model and its relationship to enabling access to a sound basic education. The second was to identify a measure of family engagement for the school report card within 3 years. And then the third was to fully fund and support the development and implementation of whole child NC strategies. The committee has not met since the last time. I know that the board had several recommendations and some suggestions, and we will take those and complete that work. I think there were also a few other folks that you said we should reach out to, and we're in the process of doing that, and we will do that before we bring any kind of policy language recommendations to you in the future. So that is the report that you have in front of you to approve.
Anyone have any questions with Dr. S. in regards to the report?
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bassett. Mr. Chair, also, we would like for you to appoint Dr. Siegel and Dr. Emery as the co-chair of the Whole Child Committee. I think that's very essential that we do that. And also that committee will meet at least every quarter and report with some type of progress as far as any recommendations. So we'll definitely like to have that done. And also with the committee, we would like for the committee to continue to work on recommendation number 3 and report back to us with the information on, as regard to that recommendation. And I think that would, one other matter, Mr. Chair, is that based on some conversation, it seemed like the commitment has been kind of sort of waning to the side, not only maybe from inner house, also from state agencies and other partners. So we'd like for you to write a letter or some type of letter to get the partners and the stakeholders more committed to, again, to this serious, important project that the Whole Child Committee. And that's all we have in that regard. The other matter that I'd like to talk about very briefly was, on Tuesday we had a real good report from Dr. Harvey talking about breakfast and nutrition and how that's so relevant to the success of our children. And our student performance is definitely linked to having a good nutrition, good breakfast. And we talked about breakfast after the bell. And Dr. Harvey came forth with a real good panel that was very informative as how important that is. And based on her presentation, there are some proposed revisions and recommendations that that particular panel and Dr. Harvey thought that we should do. And of course, at this time, I asked this board to adopt those provisions that were recommended by her. And all this ties into our strategic plan. So I ask that we give the information back to strategic plan, let them work with that data and make the necessary revisions, because that is, again, a part of the Whole Child. And again, she talked about the different models, different ones we had, part of instruction, making breakfast part of the instruction day. And she talked about the breakfast in the classroom, grab and go to the classroom, and second chance. And that's obvious from the data that those particular models are making a difference. So again, we just want to be recommitted and let's implement those. And with that, that's all I have. Any questions?
I just would love to speak on a couple of things that.
It'll come on.
Is on? Okay. To speak on a couple of added things that we were discussing after the presentation on Tuesday. And one of those is that we've got a lot of examples of systems, districts around the state that have high schools, that have elementary schools and middle schools that are considered CEP that feed into the high school, but they're not qualified as a CEP. So we see examples when a high school receives eligibility for universal breakfast, then more kids eat breakfast than they end up eating lunch. And I think it would be great for the board to kind of look at that and maybe create some proposals to look at that. And also, I know Dr. Harvey mentioned something about lunch shaming, where we've got examples of schools that where the students are eating and then they're qualifying for free and reduced lunch and have accrued a debt. And then that debt goes against the school in and of itself and comes out of their general fund, is really adding pressure in their finances. And so kind of revisiting those two ideas and maybe making some proposals that we might be able to follow through on, I think would be helpful for some of our districts and connecting that with breakfast and lunch. So thank you.
Appreciate that. We will do. Also on Tuesday, we addressed a resolution to show our commitment to breakfast part of the instruction day. So again, we ask that, again, we would definitely adopt that resolution that was submitted on Tuesday. Mr. Chair, with that, no other presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Keenan, and without objection, the board will adopt and accept those recommendations that you made, particularly the assignment of Dr. Stigall and Emery as co-chairs of the Whole Child Interagency Committee. I can't think of two more qualified and leaders to lead that effort, not only because of their personal commitment to our students, but also the positions that they hold in the Department of Public Instruction. And it's our expression of great confidence in Dr. Stigall and Dr. Emery. We also look for the committee that they chair to meet at least quarterly and report back to the board with frequent updates, particularly ways that we can support them. And we'll definitely follow through, Mr. Keenan, with your request around a letter demonstrating our commitment to the whole child policy and the need for partnership with our key partners. So thank you for raising those issues. We'll now turn to the Learning and Achievement Committee, and the chair of that committee, Mr. Buxton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm joined by Dr. Olivia Oxendine. In this committee, we have one action item today, SLA 1, which is our consideration of the 2019 K-12 English Language Arts textbook adoption. I'm going to ask Dr. Carmela Fair to join us, there she is, and talk about the recommendations from our Textbook Adoption Commission and their over 100 ELA teachers who serve as content experts as part of that. Dr. Fair.
Thank you, Mr. Buxton. Chairman Davis, Vice Chairman Duncan, and board members, thank you for having us here today. I'm from the Division of Digital Teaching and Learning, and we work with the North Carolina Textbook Commission in their process to evaluate and adopt textbooks for the state. They have worked over the summer with teachers, and they've come up with a list of recommended items. So the materials that you've received prior to the meeting would be the list of recommended and not recommended items, and then all of the reports that the commissioners made based on their own evaluations and the recommendations of the teachers. So today I have with me Commissioner Kathleen Linker, and she is the co-chair of the Textbook Commission, and she'd like to just say a few words and give you some summaries of the work that they did this summer.
Good afternoon. Just a few brief overviews of the process. We, the Commission, we begin our process by searching for some of the best content experts to help us with our evaluation process. And we've, this summer, had 107 advisors from across the state. We diligently try to find teachers in every district, representing large and small, rural, suburban, and urban schools. So we have a good representation across the state. And we come together for a week and dig into the hard work of evaluating the materials that are presented to us from various publishers for consideration for the list. After we leave that week, and actually before that week, we, the commissioners, have our own materials, as do board members. We evaluate the materials ourselves. We take the recommendations and the input from those advisors, the experts in the field that have the boots on the ground, so to speak, and we look at the materials. We come together as a commission, and we deliberate. We have our rough idea of our evaluations, which becomes our report. We have a vote. If we vote not to approve something, then the publishers have the process to reconsider, ask for reconsiderations, which we do, that part, and then we vote again. And so based on that process, this year you'll have the report, which has the recommendations. Briefly this year, we had 98 approves for recommendation and 6 that were not. And so that is the brief view of our work that encompasses several months of organization ahead of time, then the work of the week, and then the lead and after up into the reconsideration meeting. Some changes that we have made this year to the process, based on some suggestions from the board members last year and the organization of the commission report, is that the digital platform, the form that we fill out was arranged into where when we wrote our notes and our recommendations, it was broken into strengths, weaknesses, and overall comment, so that there is a consistent flow to all the reports as members of the board and public are reviewing those reports. Next steps that we have are looking into for redesigning the process for next year is we have made a subcommittee of commissioners to look into some possibilities of maybe having some digital training or resources available to front load before evaluation week, materials that would be available before and during evaluation week for both commissioners and advisors. And so that's a quick summary. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Lankard. Questions for board members? Seeing none, we thank you for your service, appreciate the continuous improvement you're making to the process, and for being with us here today.
Thank you.
Dr. Fair, thank you. Just a reminder, that will be an action on first reading item for us that we would recommend that we approve the receipt of. SLA 2 is a discussion item. This is a report to the General Assembly on the statewide administration of the testing program. Dr. Howard could not be here today because of a conflict, which we understood. And rather than present this today, it is a discussion item. You have it for your consideration. You have looked at it. We will have Dr. Howard, Mr. Chairman, without objection, we'd have Dr. Howard present this to us next month when we will be voting on it. You get any questions then? And for new board members, this is a pretty top-to-bottom review of the state testing, federal testing, but also local benchmark, formative, and other assessments. We have two consent items on the SOA 3, the 2019-20 appointment for the Driver Education Advisory Committee, and we would commend the appointment. And then SLA 4, we went over this last month, our Career and Technical Education Essential Standards and the revisions therein. Any questions about the consent items? Seeing none, our last item is a new business item. We've previously talked about our pre-K through 12 literacy instruction and teacher preparation task force. That is part of our board priority on K-3 reading and early reading, and I'd ask Dr. Oxendine to please provide an update.
Thank you, Mr. Buxton. I am Olivia Oxendine. Very excited to serve with Dr. Buxton as Vice Chair of SLA, and I'm very excited about what's coming forward with this K-3 literacy task force. Let me just in a nutshell kind of put it into, in a nutshell for you. Most of the preliminary work is just about finished and completed. We are still finalizing the membership list. Most of the members have been, there's maybe a couple of other stakeholder groups that I'm thinking of that we might need to revisit. Maybe one, not more than two. We're near the point where letters of invitation will be sent out to these members so that we can begin roll up the sleeves, get down to the definition of what a task force means. It's a task. So we have LEA representatives. We have a RESA, that is our Regional Education Service Agencies. That's another that's another acronym coming your way. So we have RESA representatives. We have our professors, faculty from our UNC system. We also have representation from the UNC system office. We have Pepsi representation. We have, of course, we have the department certainly guiding and steering and helping us with the tedious work of putting things together for meetings and for report writing, and also providing department resources to make this work flow efficiently. We also have, I suppose, supporting the research arm of the work of the task force, because a bulk of the work will depend on knowing what is in the field and what are the trends in K-3 literacy, and comparing the trends with what we perhaps are already doing here with it in North Carolina. So the research component will be very important, and Barbara Foreman is going to be leading the way on the research pathway. Chairing this committee is Ann Clark. She is the former superintendent of Charlotte-Mecklenburg School System. Assisting her in the vice chair role is Crystal Hill, and she's the assistant superintendent in Cabarrus County. So the timeline is rather timely and quick turnaround, oh my, October to March. So this group is going to hit the ground running, and they probably are already thinking about that as we speak today. So October, the charge was issued. Midway, we will be, I suppose midpoint, it will be the drafting and the deliberation stage of the work. and perhaps the first go at the development of a report. In March, I'm seeing March as the wrap-up phase of the work, and that will constitute writing the report, doing some necessary revisions, and then getting a report of recommendations to the State Board of Education for our approval. I see the charge in 3 buckets, and one of those buckets is recommendations coming to the State Board of Education around teacher preparation in the area of early literacy and reading instruction. The dream, the goal, the dream, the wish is that, oh my goodness, wouldn't it be marvelous if after March, beginning in July, our EPPs and our elementary education departments, or our middle school divisions departments, and our secondary education departments would agree on some methodology for teaching reading. That's a big wish, isn't it? But we're going to begin the work with this task force. So bucket 1, teacher preparation, course requirements, what would represent minimum course semester hours in reading instruction or literacy instruction is another way to think about it. Are we thinking 9 hours is enough, or could it be 15 hours? Well, this committee, this task force will wrap its thinking around those kind of issues. The second bucket will deal with licensure requirements and the program approval process, because if EPPs do what we hope will happen, and that's revise their elementary education, middle grades education, and perhaps even look at secondary education, and develop new courses and new pathways, that requires program approval, doing the documentation to develop that takes place out of the department, and bringing program approval documents to the State Board of Education for our approval. And that process will begin. The program approval process will begin in July 2020. This is really, it's taking my breath away as I talk through this. A lot to be done. It's developing courses. It's changing a program of instruction. It's getting documentation under program approval to the State Board of Education for our approval, and on and on and on. So the third bucket focuses on professional development in the area of reading and literacy. And this is professional development at the in-service level primarily for teachers, but also professional development for, and maybe even some course requirements in our principal preparation programs around K-3 literacy. I hope that that is a discussion that comes out of the task force and actually becomes a reality. So the third bucket deals with recommendations around professional development in terms of hours and the content, and also continuing education requirements. So therein is the work of the task force. I'm already, gulping and thinking, my, this is huge, isn't it? But it's doable. Do you have any questions? Do you want anything to add, Mr. Buxton?
Yeah. I just have one question, please.
Sure.
Housekeeping myself. Is anyone from higher ed on this?
Oh, yes, when I said EPP, that's the new term. I'm so sorry.
So we,
Send me a list of those.
right. So it's,
Higher education, schools, okay, higher education broken down into schools and colleges of education. These are our units for preparing our teachers, and now we refer to that as EPP, Educator Preparation Programs. This comes out of Senate Bill 599.
Thank you so much. I would certainly appreciate that.
So-
I was just thinking, well, that kind of, what my thought was.
and
We
Mr.
gotta deal with higher ed.
Mr. Hall, we also have the community college system engaged because of some of our 2+2 partnerships. We will have a representative community college system in the privates. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions?
PQD is gonna be in there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that completes our report.
Thank you, and I just want to commend Dr. Oxendine and Mr. Buxton, both of you, for the way you've set this committee up. The schedule is ambitious, but for a purpose. We want to have a sense of urgency.
football stars. He's been scarce to find, but we're thrilled that he's back, and we know the enticement of this committee report was a key factor in his return.
That's for
so.
sure.
So our first item today is BizOp 1. Had a little trouble because of our technical issues. The summary was that it's very important to the local districts that we change these allotments, that we're in the process of doing that in order to fill some gaps that are necessary to be filled. That in doing so, we've got a proposed policy here. There's a few things that we're still tightening up, and we're working very hard at that because we want the board to be ready to finalize it come our December meeting. Mike, did I do a fair job in summarizing, I hope?
Wow, Alan, you didn't need me. That was perfect.
Okay, well,
That was really good. Thank you.
even a blind squirrel finds a nut once in a while, I suppose.
The clock's right twice a day, right?
That's right. Well, thank you for that report, and we look forward to the follow-up next month. And in terms of any details of the tightening up process, we'll share those with the board as we move to action at the next meeting.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing you back in Raleigh.
Thank you very much. Appreciate all the work you're doing on this important project.
Well, thank you. And I'm going to stay on for a few more minutes, and then I'll drop for my next meeting. But thank you.
Very good. Our next item is the monthly agency vacancy report. As you all will recall, what we did was decide to make this into a report to the board, and we would only pause on it if there's any questions. No one's mentioned that they have any questions this month, but if you do, please put them forward. We're ready to respond to them if there are any. Not seeing any, I'm going to go to update on contracts, which was our model for our new monthly agency vacancy report. If there were any questions or comments, and I have gotten a couple of questions about one item, which I will stop and pause on. Are there any other questions that anybody may have on the planned contracts or the executed contracts? The one question I got had to do with, or actually two questions I got, both had to do with, there was one item on here for $80 million for bus replacement, and there's a very good explanation for that. It's a 4-year contract as a starting point. And I think, Catherine, were you prepared to provide that, or was that going to be?
Absolutely. It's for the funding for buses, and we have our business expert here, Lynn Harvey, who can answer any
once per year. The department provides the opportunity, does the work for them as the business author. We negotiate the contract. We work with the districts to determine which their preferred replacement buses are from the state term contract. We then work with them to work with the finance company and then make the payments on their behalf based upon the allotment that's made available to them from the General Assembly. So this amount includes both the cost of the buses and the financing. We're not asking to spend the entire $80 million. This is the authority to spend up to that amount, and that will take us roughly to 700 buses.
Very good. And this is a standard procedure. It just happens to be the year the contract comes up. And as we all know from our local districts, we have a lot of school buses in this state. And so that accounts for it. And I know a couple people, just because of the size of the contract, had a question about it. Our final item is a consent item for consideration, Biz Op 2, which is our annual school calendars waivers report, which you will find. It's a consent agenda item. You may find it interesting to look at to see which districts actually meet the waiver requirements and which ones don't. A few there are a few in there that are surprising, and then many that you would expect because of the weather situations primarily that they've had to deal with. So that's a standard report, and it will be submitted, and that will be a consent item. And I think, unless there's any questions on that consent item, that completes our report from the Biz Op Committee. Mr. Chair.
I do have one quick question on the calendar.
Yes.
And if I missed this, I didn't get to all the attachments. Do we have any districts that have previously been approved that are not approved for next year?
I think the answer to that is yes. Let me go back and look. My recollection in looking at it was there might have been one that fell in that category where it had been a yes and was a no. But let me look quickly to confirm whether that's right or wrong.
What was your question?
The question was if we have LEAs that have previously been provided a waiver and are not being provided a waiver for next year.
No, as I look, there are none. I thought there was, but there's one in reverse, I think, but there are none that fit your criteria.
Thank you.
All right, very good. And that is in the report.
My apologies for missing.
That's okay. All right, then I think, are completed now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Duncan. So that concludes our committee reports for the day. We do have one item of new business. This year, the General Assembly has authorized a study of our accountability system with a report required to be submitted by February of 2020. So another item on a short time frame. And as such, the board has entered into an agreement with SREB, Southern Region Education Board, to study the following: the methods of reporting data that will better depict school performance and progress, feasibility of including end of grade and end of course retest scores and achievement and growth calculations for schools and districts, alignment of the state's accountability system and school report cards with the North Carolina State Board of Education strategic plan, and recommendations for aligning the state accountability system and school report cards with the 1997 North Carolina Supreme Court decision related to the constitutional guarantee of a sound basic education. A working group will be established seeking membership from DPI and a variety of stakeholders, and the board will receive updates through the Student Learning and Achievement Committee chaired by Mr. Buxton. I'll add that we're really enthusiastic and excited about this particular group coming together to tackle an issue that has come up a number of times over the past 3 days. And in particular, we're looking forward to working with a familiar leader in education, Dr. Terry Holliday, on this item. He brings great credibility to our state and to this effort, and so we look forward to progress on that item. Board members will now vote on any item requiring action from your committee reports. A thorough discussion and report was provided on each item, including any respective consent items. And a reminder this week. At this time, I ask if there's a request to remove any item from the consent, action, or action on first reading agendas, noting that we previously removed EICS 1. If there's no request to remove any item, then I ask for a motion to approve the following: the October 2nd and 3rd, 2019 meeting minutes, the October 31st, 2019 meeting minutes, EICS 2 and 7 through 13, HRS 1, SLA 1 and 3 through 4, BizOp 2, and ESNP 3. Is there a motion? Motion by Mr. Hall. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Kamitz. Any discussion over these items before we vote? Seeing none, I'll call on Dr. Townsend Smith to call the roll and capture the vote.
Yes, sir. Mr. Buxton?
Yes.
Dr. Oxendine?
Yes.
Ms. Kamnitz? Mr. Keenan?
Yeah.
Dr. Hall? Dr. Tipton Rogers? Ms. White?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Vice Chair Duncan?
Yes.
Chair Davis?
Yes.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. The motion carries. Do any board members have any other new items of business to bring before the board this afternoon? Ms. White?
Mr. Chair, I do not have an item of business, but as a point of privilege, I wanted to, in light of the fact that Veterans Day is coming up on Monday, I wanted to share with educators across our state that the Wall That Heals, which is the Veterans, Traveling Veterans Memorial, will be coming to our state in 2020 in Charlotte. It'll be March 19th through the 22nd. It'll be in Newbern, March 26th through the 29th, and it will actually be in Garner, right outside of Raleigh, April 15th through the 19th. This is an incredible opportunity for our young people to gather better understanding about those who have given their lives and who served for our great country. And just want to say thank you to all of the veterans who have served on my behalf to protect my freedoms.
Thank you, Ms. White. Seeing no other items, thank you to all staff and presenters for this November 7th, 2019 meeting. In particular, we thank you for your participation in the planning and work sessions November 5th and 6th. These work sessions provide us an opportunity to reflect and improve to influence student outcomes for our state. And in particular, I'd like to thank key members of our board staff, particularly Deanna and Henrietta, for the above and beyond the call of duty to make this meeting happen. Would you join me? Okay, at this time, I'll ask for a motion to go into closed session. I note to all those listening and present that our meeting will adjourn following the closed session item and that we will meet in room 311, just down the hall, for closed session. Vice Chairman Duncan?
Yes, at this time, I move that the State Board of Education go into closed session to consult with our attorneys to discuss personnel matters and other attorney-client privilege matters, including Amplify Education, Inc. versus North Carolina Department of Public Instruction, Hope County versus State Board of North Carolina and North Carolina State Board of Education, and Mount Airy City Schools Board of Education versus North Carolina Department of Public Instruction.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. Motion to go into closed session. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Buxton. Seeing no discussion, Dr. Townsend Smith, will you call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mr. Buxton?
Yes.
Dr.
Yes.
Oxendine? Ms. Kamnitz? Mr. Keenan? Dr. Hall? Dr. Tipton Rogers? Ms. White?
Yes.
Mr. Ford? Vice Chair Duncan? Chair Davis?
Yes. Motion carries. We're in closed session. Safe travels home.